Wasuma no den na opesa ban ye ma.
Yo, me mame. I no pay me that was it. Me that was the one mama kwenya se me nkasa. Se meka masemwa obi a otika bi ade dance se me adwade ni. Me ton soya beans any atoko me konof na makofa. Me start ya no na atoko one bag 140 cedis. Sikadada 1.4. Ene kwa kakra na edu 600. Last year 700. Sesi amejina hey maboka. Maboka mintumi konof biom.
Aden.
Beans no kotoku ba ku ye 1.2 skadada 1,002. 12 million. Toko ayesa. Ama sesi mintumi kokwa nso ma ye mbobo. Mi bajomo a obi tu ni banchi edi free kurasi ba na makoto kotokuo na mi so maboaboa wa fom kakra bedu anwum na ne nyame yamadom a manya sie kakra akobọ ampesie edi na afi we nka me se me nto aba
ade na on to aba
omanu mo ayedin dodo na meme nda no me TV hu na me ti se yesi John Mahama okoka ne manifesto me ni mu kampo
eno ano no
me ti ye wo mo aye me de na me munimune ni se ya Mahama o si oba obeye Women's Bank. Me see, Mommy, me boredom ho. Me boredom.
Ade.
Hey, mediachi. Efi say, mesan ko kwan su biom. Say, mesan ko kwan su biom a. Me pet skirt and blouse. Efi say Mahama betena su. Na ni MP nka ne ho na omuto anamo ne kwa. Me kwa ni chen abeka hye me se woni se maban ni so enti me president ya oni ni MP otu ba ko ano de asim bibi hia me na me kwa ni chen ya onka excuse bi ankyere me wa so me nsa me hia garanta bia no de me akọ Women's Bank na makoti loan na ma sheme tu ma se
moto mo boase na say enye NDC nkwa na promise you so MPP for so mo manifest
what you see her obi anya na dream say abatu ayebeto no obi odi sika bebre obi a eye Ghana sika obi begina ha ka say hwe kufu ado ka odi abeto Ghana for so Ghana ni ye ka 120 billion obi begina ha uti ka o kan ye enti say sika na ye de ba ni nyina eye Ghana sika obi auto banchi wo fie be bokokoko ji 100 cedis 20 cedis na to abama me jisika no na to abama ni papa obetimi aye adwuma ama wo unua bi akobi yase free SHS na ne de he me gina ha me mba mienu ba ko wo France ba ko America omu nyina mo ko SS ansa na mo ko university de wo America no lawyer wo enti enemom na SS na aye ka e wo Ghana SS na aye ka e wo Ghana Obiani wa ha de bako SS Antonio over 7,000 no first no Mahama and Atamas no de bako SS Asante University Bella Wako University from 2013 no na 1,000 Ghana when cha na to fee paying me boa 1,000 Ghana and na Antonio over 7,000 now we was ko gina baby say we ba ko school free what is your gumption brofo no e be kan wa ha no ba me nka brofo
Nasa wa Canada.
Dabi chirem na me chirem. Enti me dia chirem na me. Dia me chire ni say obia man koton ukupa chain, ugo chain na koton kupa chain.
Okay.
Masema no.
Enti gold ne ahwa na kupa ne ahwa.
Gold no ena da won sa.
Dabi anyame na me.
Gold no madam no si wono.
Na kupa ye hwan ya.
Oh no about papa no office. President in office. Our office was say, yes I am to Abama no. Who are nipa na office? Should the choir madam which is a choir nyina say, utimi ma president ni me ye kwan no. Na fi e beto Abama wa ansa na hwa Bella ukuta smartphone. Go also the friends digital ba. Me pesa obi an check the biggest liar in Africa. You be hu ba omi aso no down. Na be easy. E ye no kura. E obi an check obi on smartphone be an check.
Ghana must work more efficiently.
John Dramani Mahama, 24-hour economy. our economy so fast will be for our dream.
Mama, why I get can afford see the
economy, Ejuma Pankwa.
All right, good evening and welcome to With Audio Respect Extended Version. My name is Kevin Akobedu Taylor. It's exactly 4:50 8:53 p.m. U.S. East Coast time. It's definitely 8:53 in Ghana. Welcome to the most authoritative and most listened to platform on the planet right now. Tonight, we are streaming live from our studios here in Washington, D.C. We are live across the world on Facebook, on YouTube, on TV, and also on radio. Tonight, you can watch us live on Loud Silence TV, on Multi TV, Loud Silence TV on Multi TV, also live on Loud Silence TV on YouTube. This evening, Loud Silence TV on Facebook. We are also streaming live on Loud Silence TV on radio. On radio, if you have any Google device, Android device, go to the Google Play Store and download Loud Silence Radio. If you have an Apple device too, go to the App Store and download Loud Silence Radio from the App Store. It's very, very important. Our platform tonight, they are all blazing. Our affiliates are cross-posting the show live. NDC TV, Honorable Joseph Yamin's platform, Benjamin Wayo Mahama's platform, Kevin Taylor, my official Facebook page, and also Ghana News Thread. All these platforms are streaming this show live across the world tonight. We are live also on YouTube. Search for Loud Silence TV on YouTube. Tonight, we're going to be spending time with two parliamentary candidates, one from Impoho and one from Esikado Keten constituency. We have Mr. Bento, Honorable Bento from Impoho constituency. We will be talking to him. He will be our first guest. Our second guest will be Professor Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa. So we have a very packed show tonight. Stay and stay. Call your brother to call a sister that the show has started, and it's got to do with bringing on the NDC parliamentary candidates to tell you what they can do. They will be telling their constituents what they want to do, why they should vote for them, why they need to be with John Dramani Mahama in Parliament to bring the good news to you in your respective constituencies. 24-hour economy. We're talking about Women's National Bank. We're talking Development Bank. We're talking about Farmer Service Center. Kids having sanitary pads in senior high school, junior high schools. Also talking about free tuition for first-year tertiary students. Their first year, they're not going to be paying fees. So many John Dramani Mahama and the NDC, they've talked about establishing the first children's hospital in Ghana. They've also talked about how they want to expand some very important facilities around the nation. They'll be committing 1 billion Ghana cedis into coding, also committing 1 billion Ghana cedis into infrastructure. These are very strong, bold decisions by John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. He will need NDC parliamentary candidates to work with. You cannot send an NPP parliamentary candidate to work with John Mahama. It's never possible. Jana Adodankwe Kufuor told you. So it's all important. It's very important that we let you know your parliamentary candidate, what they want to do, and why you should vote for them. Today, our first stop will be at Impoho. We will be talking to Honorable Bento. If you don't know him, this is the gentleman I'm talking about. His name is Kofi Bento. He will be contesting on the ticket of the NDC in the Impoho constituency. You'll be having a conversation with him this evening. Why the people of Impoho, why they should vote for him, why he needs to be in Parliament, why he has to win the elections come 2024 December, because he has shown that he can do this job. Tonight's show is very packed. I'm very, very busy with so many things on this document. I have a document here that I have to go through. So, team, bear with me. If I skip anything, let me know what I'm skipping so that we can stick to the time. We will do our best. 9 o'clock, 9:05, we will have Honorable Kofi Bento as our first guest. He will be our guest as MP for Impoho Fiase. Impoho Fiase. He is the NDC parliamentary candidate. Remember, Impoho constituency has always been an MPP constituency. This year, the people of Impoho, they have made up their mind to change their parliamentary candidate, and they want an NDC parliamentary candidate to go to Parliament. They believe can change the narrative. So it's a big deal. We need to listen to this gentleman. He will be talking to us very soon. Also, we'll be talking to Professor Dr. Grace Ayensu, who is also contesting to be the first female parliamentary candidate coming from the NDC side to represent the people of Esikado Keten. Remember, we have 5 parliamentary seats in the Takoradi environs, and she is the only woman contested. Remember, in 2020, she beat Job Gatti. They used the military, the police, they intimidated, shot some people to force Job Gatti into Parliament. This woman is solid. She's resolute. She would tell us why Isikado Ketan, they have to push her to Parliament. We will also have Honorable Professor Dr. Ayensu Dankwa. Solid name. We will have her on this platform. This show is packed. We are streaming across the world, all the way from the United States of America. My name once again is Kevin Taylor. My producers are called the GOATS team. All right. Team, are we good to go? Now, we will go straight and take care of business because, and then in Seminole Edos, in Ubre Shamia, Sibio, and Yabaya Bakagana Honsem, if a Amanyon Sem who teach you any Abrabo Munsem, and Amanyon Sema, Yabakan Sem, if a Ghana who teach you, Yene NDC MPCB or more air contests at Omabako Parliament, and they are Western region. I think this week will be in Western region. About Western region, Kakra, a few MPs be and you're bidding also Western region. Or Western region. If you're Western region, I think we might be going to a year, maybe the Central region. The team will be working on it. And yene a year parliamentary candidates are Ojinama NDC ewo impoho fiase ono your friend no a Honorable Kofi Bentil the first time or try say obe on city MPP MP na owo a year impoho fiase enyumbre yene na bedin kan edi inkomo obekere adekodi ntia ewo se impohofo omatoama MPP from 1996 ebesin de no and the impoho okoho a onhyeda hu a year dwumatitiri bi a MPP aye no ho enyumbre yene bedin komo obekere adekodi ntia ewo se impoho mbrantia ne mbabawa sebio ekuafo mo ho eye sebio ye nananom ye nuanom ye maamenom adekudi ntia ose omode ne ko eye den parliament ye wo no mpoho onyini wo mpoho oti mpoho ase oti kasa no ende mema no kwan ema na pa aka sa kasa na sebio mpohofo no omutini ye obekire nsemu obekire adekudi ntia ye ma no kwan ye bekire mu dwumade kakra so a wedi ewo mpoho dwumade a wedi ama mpohofo omu eni aso adekudi ntia enintia omose onko parliament ntia ende nwumbre no ye ne Honorable Kofi Bentil on na ejinama NDC ewo impoho fiase enyumbre ebedi nkomo on your first guest. Your second guest no Professor Dr. Grace Dankwa Ayensu Dankwa, sorry. Professor Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa ono na sebio okujina NDC sebio anemu parliamentary ewo Esikado Ketan constituency moka ise 2020 Jogati one eye Kobi Ochredako ene eye Charles Bisumo omukofa sojafo be boat tu ekunipa na sebio aba owini na omuchinchim ne nsa eje ye ono nkwa ne sebio oba eye Takrade area ho a omugina no ono nkwa ne oba sebio ogina ama NDC sebio na ne homa die ekwa echire ye na yesa wo nso ewo eye Ketan nti onya bontini so ni wako school papa bi sebio oyobia ne niate sebio odwene eye Esikado eye Ketan fo ho enyubrei obekire adekodi nti a eye Charles Bisuo oye kromfo a waye galamsey we wiankofo excavator Charles Bisuo ne yire eye galamsey akromfo adekodi nti a wo se eye Esikado Ketan fo omotoma eye ono Dr. Professor Grace Ayensu Dankwa. Enyumbre ono so meba platform we so obechirichirim ama Ghana for ehunu kren. Show we the biggest platform. Sebio, we are doing over 2.6 million eyeballs right now in Ghana. Eyeballs are share with TV so enkwani over 2.6 million. Make up TV. Ewo Ghana share. It means the TV bia nipa 4 and nipa 3 and share. You need to know the number of people watching us on YouTube. We're doing thousands of people. We are doing 2,427 people on YouTube right now. On Facebook and our affiliates, they are all carrying this show. This is the most authoritative. This is the best show you cannot miss. You go straight to take care of your first interview. You're free a year. Impoho fiase. Before me free a year MP Emanaba show we need to understand that this is what we call a year the MP segment. Your friend a year service and.
In the sun-drenched chambers of Ghana's Parliament House, where debates echo and decisions shape the nation, we find the unsung heroes, the members of parliament, MPs from the NDC. As we sit down with some of these leaders, we'll unravel their stories, their triumphs, challenges, and dreams as representatives of their constituents. What their plans are for the upcoming 2024 elections.
Should be worried because ultimately the Ghanaian taxpayer would be required to recapitalize the Bank of Ghana.
Their voices echo Ghana's heartbeat, reminding us that democracy thrives when leaders serve. In the hallowed halls of Parliament, we find not just politicians, but stewards of hope. Their achievements ripple outward, touching lives in every corner of our beloved nation. Voices of Service, coming soon on Loud Silence TV.
And Voices of Service. Today we're going to be talking to the parliamentary candidate for Impoho Fiase, Honorable Kofi Bento. Now, before you call Impoho, no, amanfo bebre ate Impoho ho asem for a very long time. Omo shada hun constituency no. Den as a constituency na so party ben and 100 Impoho development no et saying from 1992 yeba republic a democratic state no yeba usa say Impoho party ben edi so impuntujuba ben akọ nipa omo ho no omo nim Impoho history no omo mo hwe Ghana no omo ti ase saying geographical history of Impoho and political history, electoral history no what nipa be bring into we just have to take about 2 minutes be na yemfa nkyere Impoho ase ansana ye ye guest no aba abeka de ono so ehunu se was say Impoho 40 ana na omungina so na omontoma no. Now before me de Honorable Kofi Bento beba no first of all mo share something small about Impoho. Now you can say Impoho constituency a constituency ben. Now Impoho constituency no and Impoho Fiase constituency no read with me and closely follow this particular piece hona obeti aseye the dynamics se ne beya obi camp was one ka say inti NDCD so ana MPPD so no infie say de na call ho emredu so mbese sa monsa na se ni so monsa monsa. That's why we are doing this tonight. Now mommy read a little bit about Impoho. Me we are show a little bit of the philanthropist job Honorable Kofi Bento aye and sana me de na ba amana be kire adekodi ntia e wo se Impoho fiasefo no omoto ema Honorable Kofi Bento. Now Impoho Fiase constituency was originally part of the Wassa East constituency until 2012 when it was created as a district constituency and a district. Inti Impoho na sebio eka Wassa East constituency no 2012 na sebio yete Impoho free de Wassa East constituency no enu be gina no se Impoho Fiase. Inti also yete say Impoho na hu no yete free Wassa East mu na ebe gina ono ankasa na so ye frɛ no Impoho Fiase. Now, it is a constituency predominantly of farmers and small-scale miners, or what can simply be termed galamseyers. Now, normally, now, a also very rich in a natural resource. Into Osha, Oba Ghana map Impoho bibia sebio small scale mining air cost and also we say be a small scale mining air cost no the same place no illegal mining so air cost so it is torn between a small scale mining and illegal mining. The youth for about a year 16 to 20 years no omun shada enya ejuma poti bia ebia ombetumde omun say so nti it is looking like say the illegal mining kakra mo friend galamsey no some of the youth no abeye ejuma bia optional no na eku ejuma na ho no sebio because illegal mining so ensase and omde census do no ama youth na omoko ekuayom no do no eni nje ho ama sebio ebi mu dwen say ebia illegal mining nkwa no mbe ya sebio omo so ensa be koma no enti se o check Impoho ampa ekuafo ankasa na wo ho omo ye ekua sebio sa constituency no asase ne ye nipa omo ho no majority of the time ye hu so omo dua abe ene sebio koko enti predominantly farmers and wo sa constituency ho. Now, the district capital of Impoho Township with other known towns in the district are Dominase, Edumbanso, Manso, Eyim, and others. Inti inkura ewo ha sebio omaji omudi kakra nipa nim no ebine Dominase, Edumbanso, Manso, ene Eyim no sa inkuro ne ene inkura kakaka no omo no mo Impoho Fiase omo na omo back together to form that constituency. Now the NPP has historically won Impoho Township in almost all elections since 1992 because the late Stephen Kraku, an indigene of Impoho, is highly regarded as a founding member of the NPP. Inti adekudi entia Impoho okoho na oko parliamentary seat na NPP winning from 1992 no nyane say na abranti bo ha ye frɛ no Stephen Kraku ono no madwene ye omo say ono na sebio oka ho a omo te Impoho sorry MPP ɛwɔ mpɔhɔ nti ama nipa dodoɔ na ɔmo mpɔhɔ no dodoɔ na sebio ɔmo ambeto saa history no yaka to ɔmo tirim no de yaka kyerɛ ɔmo nyinaa ne sɛ ɛyɛ mpɔhɔ deɛ ɛyɛ MPP nipa wei ɛna ɛyɛ den ɛbɛte ɛyɛ deɛ MPP wɔ ha nti ama dodoɔ no sebio ɔmo nhyɛ dan busa history no about mpɔhɔ nti dodoɔ no ba ɔmo sɛ ɛnde ɛyɛ MPP for seat but wohwɛ seat no ɛyɛ from 1992 a abɛyɛ MPP Diana, uhuni say, nyoma bebre to chima, eye oko impoa, enkoso. Now, oko impoho krunankasa, eye omukro kesiano, and I say, impoho, oka eye ekro nimpon, ewo impohona. Dodono, eye omutu abosa, ekrona, eye MPP ne wini. Oba eye impoho ekron kitina and a sebio NDC and so efa sa seat sebio vote no but oba impoho krunanka semua dodono yakatu omutim se abrante bi efe Steven and obete MPP ho inti ama dodono Ghana wa unim abakosam any history si bi ankofo dada nti yetwa antrobi e de ato impoho ma nipa bi dwen se sa wotutia MPP a and de wa ye impoho bone and de ye behwe nokore no ye be kyerɛkyerɛm na Ghana fo ehu nokore de ekoso ewo impoho now in power history and San Ebema a honorable abano and yenya butsa ye judgemuno. Now, we share the other history. However, the NDC has won the old Wassa East constituency twice, which came in 1996 and 2000. The NPP won the Wassa East seat from 2004 to 2012 before the constituency was divided into two, leaving it to be in Poho, Fiase, and Wassa East. Into before yeti a year in Poho, Fiase, a year Wassa East in 1990 a year 6 any 2000 NDC and the winning year and from 2004. EBC a 2012 no and also ebeye a MPP and a winnie abedru a year sabri sa time no na a Wassa East inti sa wins we nyina no MPP wins no sa time no na impoho eka Wassa East ho na enyanti emfree edem na enyanti mfree a Wassa East mu inti se opese uhu senior impoho MPP and NDC started winning year NDC winning 1996 and 2000 that time no munyina eye Wassa East yet free eye Wassa East no ebe en impoho fiase de NDC en we need that now oba MPP so eye Wassa East no that time no 2004 to 2012 no ni nyina no eye MPP and the winning year ni nyina no na ehye eye de Wassa East ni mu enti time yete impoho fiase free mu de ye behwe de akosi senior time yete eye impoho fiase free eye Wassa East mu. Now, so kind history no echo with him kakra. This is the electoral history. Eye senior omo to omaba any senior omo eye omonyoma. Impoho ena ye kan ho asemi. Now, major challenges are ewo impoho enie. Now, terrible road networks. Okoha ekwan ne nyakra. Ekwan na ewo impoho no enye. Ene de impoho for se me phone lines a omo abekyirikyiri ma kyerɛ se omo akwan a ewo impoho no de enye obi anim. Now, currently, not even a single tarred road within the constituency or district. All their roads are in their worst shape. Into Ukon Pomosis here, a coin be anywhere you go so. From a yet timer, yet tea, empoho, ebeye, enwa, bejina, and also empoho fiasano, acquire a friend, quite tarred road, ye be ho, ebesin there. Now, no decent jobs within the area. A high rate of unemployment among the youth, with Galamsey being the only means of employment for the youth. And I make a chono, a hoye queerphobia. Sebio ekuafo no mo ho no edoso pa nanso bebi a asase ne ye a sebio mining kakra ho no also tia se imbeburu ne nya adwuma anya eye sebio illegal mining ana Galamsey no mo de ho begim enintina imbeburu dodo o mo wo eye impoho fiase no o mo ni option bia dan say eye Galamsey a ekoso ho no ebi mo e de ho begim enya o mo pe se o mo be ye Galamsey na emom no eye embra atwam koba no senia yentumi embuild impoho. Now, the general infrastructure in the constituency is terrible. Now, the constituents largely rely on dugout wells for water or boreholes drilled by individuals. There's no functioning community water system, with majority of the educational infrastructure in deplorable state. In Tukompoa, in Supa, your friend in Supa, say ya yen ebini ho. Nipa bi ankwankwa na ankasa etu omankasa bula nipa bi enye binom inti eye from eye time ayete eye impoho fiase efri Wassa East ho no ebesin da NPP edi impoho so ebesin de no yenye insuo ba kumpo ho omokwan nyina so asei asema mi ken empoho hene etie me empoho hima etie me imbebunu a omo won poho a omo pe nokre etie ansa na makoto aba no omo nyina etie me omo ni se nsema mi ken nyina nokre ende ewiase ehu empoho fiase ewiase ehu de ekoso ho ende Ghana nyina behu de ekoso wo empoho fiase eni tina yenya abotre a ye dwudwem ema obi ankasa so ate de ekoso ewo empoho efiase. Now okay omo history ni kakra, this is what you see. Now the ordinance say the Impoho Health Center is under-resourced, and due to the poor nature of the roads from Impoho to Impoho to Takoradi, you are at risk of dying if you are referred to Takoradi in an emergency situation. In fact, people, including pregnant women, have died while being transferred to Takoradi Health Care Services. So, transferred to Takoradi for healthcare services. As we speak, Impoho a health center ne ohono. Sebi okoho a orebeho eye nyoma ebehia se health center ebenya no Impoho eye de omo Impoho fiase for health center no enye sebi ende me no ka say so obi nyem wo Impoho anadwi a e wo se ye de nipa ne free Impoho fiase ekọ enfa ede ne kọ Takoradi eye apimfo bebre wu okwan so nipa bi so a sebi omo ho aka yare bi ato omo so anadwo anase omonya accident no sa from that Impoho fiase no ekosi Takoradi no nipa bebre ahwere omo nkwa me no ka say anadwi ma ne susumina so obi bewu efiri se ekwan no ene health facility na ewo kromo no enhyeda enso ani na ende nwumre entina ye bedi hu nkomo adekodi enti Kofi Bentil ehuni se NDC eye party a sebio oma enyoma kakra bi ama Impoho anka wo se Impoho fo hwe ho na NDC fo etoa so eboa ema Impoho kro no enya ne ntoma efra. Now lastly no say o hwe Impoho story na, these are some of the things ubehu wo ho. Now yanko politics nim any vote pattern na yenhu de eko. Now voting pattern in Impoho fiase since 2012. In the time I say Impoho fiase e free eyedien wasa East mu no ombeye constituency no yenhwe sibia omato omaba. Now in 2012 when the constituency was newly created, Akufo-Addo won presidential vote against John Dramani Mahama. Akufo-Addo pulled 8,437 against John Mahama's 7,995. Into we share the difference na eda Akufo-Addo and John Mahama team in 2012 abato na a very slim. Akufo-Addo nya 8,400 and Mahama nya 7,995. Into them say a seat bia basically they look at the issues before they vote. Now uko wenima, this is what you see in the parliamentary. NPP Alex Ejekum won 7,114. She said John Nana Akufo-Addo epuli 8,437. The parliamentary candidate epuli 7,114 against NDC Anthony Bassau, who had 6,333. John Mahama sunya 7,993. Inti say both presidential and eba parliamentary no omuluzi vote kakra. Inti eba parliamentary no so no NPP for Alex Ejekum no enya 7,114 2012 and NDC no enya 6,333. We 2012 elections no and no ene course so ewo Impoho. Now over 2016, let's clean the system. Over 2016, Akufo-Addo again won the presidential vote against John Mahama. In 2016 elections, Akufo-Addo enya 9,474 and John Mahama enya 6,430. Inti said there was a gap. Akufo-Addo ba fresh 2016 na gap no afi amanfo Akufo-Addo the fresh blood aba emom no wenyini waba kokora ne to atwentwom ba no mjin say or the fresh blood, fresh energy, fresh intelligence bi ba ina amanfo dim say Akufo-Addo nim nyansa into 2016 aba no moto ye na Akufo-Addo jampi from 2012 unya 8,000 ko 9,400 and John Mahama na over 7,114 no etiba 6,470 because na Impoho fiase for you say Akufo-Addo nim nyansa oba no obeye kwan obesi hospitals oba be yensuo obema omo ho atomo nti emudodo no etoma nanado dankwa Akufo-Addo. Now in the parliamentary, Alex Ejekum of MPP was retained with 8,364 and NDC near or standing in 2016 NDC no onunya 6,947. So Osha Gabra that parliamentary mu a na a closer action gap na that presidential mu no. So you could see say in Poho seat no people in Poho no omo hwe nyoma 1 or 2 bi ansa na omato but ubusa ho say edie na Poho fo hu ansa na de bi omo vote no ema edie MPP. Now yanko enim na yenhwe omo history when it comes to elections any senior in Poho for eto omaba. Now oba a year the last part of Sibia Omoto Omabana, this is what you see. In 2020, Eye Akufo-Addo again won the presidential vote with 11,739 against John Mahama's 9,254. Until ultimately say Akufo-Addo ne Mahama no, there's a gap of 2,000 bia edaho ewo edian in Poho eye fiase. Ubusa say edian na MPP ayama in Poho fiase for every time they go to the ballot, no makoto aba adiama MPP. Now in the parliamentary MPP, omo edi nipa ye friend John Sani. Obi anim se John Sani ye kronfo a sebio impuntu e friend impuntu onfa ba kokrampo emba he de impoho. John Sani no ewini with 11,896. John Sani nya more vote che Akufo-Addo. And NDC no enya de 9,695. Into here there's a 2,000 vote gap bi e da ho a. Eye debiano they are the ones omo decided impoho fiase elections no. And sa 2000 no oya dynamics ni ye pa obehun se ejina impoho. Inkura ekeka impoho eye inkura nketua eka impoho ho no eye mansone eye omo makeka no majority of the vote na NPP enya no omunya ne free impoho fiase. Now the question is say NPP enya ne vote nyina free impoho fiase a edien pa na NPP aye ewo impoho fiase. Edien monumental project ena NPP aye ewo impoho fiase. Since MPP ba 1992 omunya seat ewo impoho ebesinde edien pa na omayama impohofo a ebesinde no impohofo koto aba na omato ama edien MPP. Meaning say the reason why until 2016 edema eye NPP presidential any MPP parliamentary ni say no munim say Akufo-Addo ehia eye ne parliamentary candidate on ne beko parliament na on na koye adwuma for ebe 8 years ni NPP for Akufo-Addo ede impoho MP akọ parliament ebesinde adwe anakube onfa bibia ema eye de parliamentary candidate no emba impoho nti obusa say infaso be ne ba so ayema impoho for ede eye de parliamentary candidate we eka Akufo-Addo ho ekọ parliament. Now oba asiawa, this is what it says. This has been the trend of voting in the Impoho Fiase constituency. The NPP knows it's a place they have high chances of winning and thus do not highly regard the voters. In Jisawu study a terena, NPP for Mumpoho for. Omo for muso omo yankwasea for debiano MPP for no omo idea bi say omo areas bi a sebio omo anya dwuma omo kra MPP for adwum no omo yankwasea for omo mbu omo ahemfo omo mbu nipa omo te wo no de omo ya ne say omo twen election time na omo shirt na omo be kwan so na omo be ka say ye ba be bibia mamo because I will calculate from time NPP for started say omo to aba ama edien Impoho for years omo to aba ma MPP a ebesinde na nka say Impoho for tumdi omo nsasi omo bo say ade we ni na MPP ayama ye enso ende obu say MPP for say de no maye wo Impoho fia so because ye bibi that means say MPP for no omo mbu Impoho for no omo ho so omo agimi na de ya ne say galamsey ekoso Impoho no dodo no eye MPP for na eye omo parliamentary candidate oni ne di illegal mining na ekoso ewo Impoho enim. And we will delve into that at the right time. But you na me pesa who the history behind Impoho and sana me de eye Kofi Bentelaba. In June 18, 2018, President Akufo-Addo cut short for the construction of the main Impoho road that leads to Takoradi. The road has never been constructed, but as election approaches, after 6 years since sod was cut, the NPP have mobilized contractors back on the road to swindle voters within the area. The MPP nim say Impoho for Jimmy omadwene no 6 years the Akufo-Addo cut his sword so obeye Impoho to Takoradi kwan almost 6 years ni obia enye kwan no aka bosumi mienu mi akoto aba na na danko Akufo-Addo aka contractor say onko gina Impoho kwan so na ondada ohene no na ondada Impoho krom wo for no dodo no omomwo Impoho town no if you say MPP hu Impoho for so omajimi. That is the problem I always have with air voters. NPP no omumu asantufo kra omutuma omuno omummu obia enti ende no so won say contractor bi ne nanam Impoho se oyem Impoho kwan a eye Akufo-Addo ne MPP ni ba omiam no saa na pojimijimi omuhu Impoho fo so omajimi omuhu Impoho fo so omunim nyansa for 6 years obetwa sword ebesinde afi na contractor be gina kwan say patch kwan a na it means to say MPP no omumbu Impoho fo. Now time aso say yede eye Kofi Bento ebeba na sebio yede man be 20 to 30 minutes man actually the reason why I was impohofo for once they need to change their hands no mama NDC ni Embra na one John Mahama enye den enko abanmu because yenim John Mahama infrastructure there obwa say ende o constituency wo Ghana now I wadwene say obetok skirt and blouse I also tia say impuntu efe impuntu wunye bi it's a fact mintwa wontro say oye constituency now ya wajin say meto ama John Mahama na emu meto ama me MP a otuma MPP MP na impuntu runya and these are things say this year twa montro say ope impuntu ope school ope kwanpa ope hospital ope eyade district assembly papa ope say impuntu ba e say wo de MP no ene John Mahama ko say o kasa wo to ama John Mahama na wuja MP no we chira sa MPP MP we ontumi John Mahama nya adwuma. Let me be honest, John Mahama ban no mumfi no. It's a fact because MPP ba ban mu no eye opposition MP so more NDC mu Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo the Gina Ghana catch say wo ye opposition MP a ontumi unya adwuma. So we need to understand say why buying o papa na teso a obenya mpuntio inti say wo mpohodo wa agene ya wo say wo the MPP MP kwa also tia say the next 8 to 14 to 16 years no enya dia obenya mpuntio e wo mpoho. So it is always important say oto abama John Mahama obeto aba ama the president the parliamentary candidate or ne beko sene be ya mumbetuma some parliamentary candidate ne passe o papa na wa ban mu untumi nka nkyere say untumi fa mpuntio mba. Now, this is Kofi Bento. After this short break, you didn't be back. So, we are back. Now, I want to show you a year in Pohokwana MPP for Edidada, a year in Poho for say Omobabe for 6 years. A year Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo any MPP. Omanfa Omonsa Anka a year in Pohokwano. Inti, I want to show you a Kwana Omodidada in Poho for say, oh, Monto Abamaye after 8 years no, I feel na ye Mokwan. A Kwana Akufo-Addo say, oh, ye Wampo any.
Okay, so for you, movie Aquaba at the Bayenzma Express. And up by Yababi Pimo, Ewo Mpoho, a Wasa Mpoho, Waunimumpoho, who drew a year at Pawaya, a branch road at Ewoho, Mpoho district. Now, a Quayoshe, Sabri, Fonia Oshi, a Quaya at the Copium, Ewo Mpoho. Now, a busha for a yarrow for an anopay, Obershe school for Omabeka Quanso, Almuntimi, Uncle. Cars I didn't have no poor ntimi nkɔ adwuma nti sɛ ohwɛ mfoni a otum sɛ cars park wa ha bebree aha ohwɛ machi a cars park bebree ɛwɔ hanom sɛ a obi ntimi nkɔ obi ntimi mba ana anopai ɔdomfo bi ayɛ adom a ɔmode grade a abesi kwan so a ɔmotwi so kakra ɛde ama amanfo ɛwɔ ha anim ne akyiri nyina aha hwɛ bus bi ɛna ɛba hɔ no aha. Oh, enyasem ketwa anapawe ewa hasi enyasem ketwa kra school kwala na egu bus ma o muntimi enko no mama nja mama waka mama machine ayi for machine bibobi see, we be bothered for machine and on the basic one, so a mobile amount for Kakaka said a bear will beat me alcohol. And I'll pay the account for come. Aha, Tanya, would you who did not beat me a Kakaka, no abyssing airport.
So, in Pona MPP, I vote almost 12 years. MPP for Mbum Poho for Omum so with Jimmy. On say, Omo Kwanyo, election, I cut 2 months, 60 days near Kotwaba. and I say bear 90 days, 89 days, and they almost a contractor by your coin after 6 years. Now you were a year. Honorable Kofi Bento on the line to have a conversation with us. A year show. So now, before I bring him in, why are ready to have a conversation with us? A year show. Honorable, so why are ready? I will give you give me the signal and I can bring you in. All right. So Honorable Kofi Bento, good evening. Good evening, Honorable. All right, I think Honorable is frozen. It's one of those things. It's got to do with. I think Honorable is back in here.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Honorable. Otiminka. Otiminka Nyumre. Honorable Otiminka. Hello. Can you hear me? Otiminka. All right, I think they're having problems with their connection. There's one thing that we need to know. When it comes to the Western region, our network is terrible. In fact, majority of the Kofa our friend was show is who say because of free Western region. I don't know how bad their line is. Honorable Otiminka. Hello? We're muting, Honorable. You're on mute. We cannot hear you. You are on mute. So if you can unmute your system, I think say you better on perfectly. Can you hear me? But yeah. If you can get your technicians to fix a year with sound now because we can't hear you.
Hello?
Here. Yes, I feel I'm talking. What's it? Yeah. So yeah, that's what we are facing from Takoradi Impo. We are doing our best to say we can get Honorable Kofi Bento to speak with us tonight. A year show so I'm connecting the year. We will bring him back. But the history of a year Impo Fiase and I'll plead with a year listeners, any viewers. When it comes to Western region, their internet is terrible. Our internet is very bad. I don't know why, but one regional they have very bad internet, and I think that is what we are actually going through. And these are some of the things I will say. The people some more to about more consider. It is looking like say in Pohono and as a Western region, and nothing works in the Western region. Internet is bad. Water in the Galamsey there's been nothing. And this MPP about we buy omutumi aya ama edien import for. Let me see say I can put Honorable on the screen. Let me hear say we can pick him up. Whoa.
Hello.
I'm having double. Hello, Honorable. What's it?
Yeah, bro.
Honorable, I don't know what's happening, but I need to split this. Okay, Honorable, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, Yatonka.
Okay.
I have a split screen. I'm trying to get you on the screen. Okay, good. Etimenka.
Okay. Yo, Metonka pa.
Honorable Kofi Bento, good evening. Yabre ansani yensa account. And you bring a hunter for almost person would say a hunter nankasa. Maybe come to a hunter, Gabrobeka hunter. But okay. A hunter there is close to a akankasa. Obi otia hunter biati akankasa. Obi otia akankasa biati a hunter. Honorable Kofi Bento, my brief history about Kofi Bento. You in Poho. How did they know you? A brief one. Ansana yako a year in some so.
Okay. My main quality kakra wa ha mpofo no yenka a hunter yaka wasa.
Wasa, sorry.
Yeah. Your friend wasa. Midin ye Kofi Bento na wa wo mpo mpoa na metena me bo me bra hina se ahwehwe Kofi Bento wo mpo na hu na ebehu odom na ase me ko school kakra wo metena dom na ase ifie kakra ko school wo trabuom na mesan ba mpo ho beto aso nti se ahwehwe Kofi Bento na yepe wasani ankasa na mpo ni ankasa wo free constituency ma ntumi mpe obiara na enjam ho nkonko fasa ni pakro no nti mpoho ankasa ne bebi a ever since awowo mia ma bedi saa mfie dodoro amadi na asase su no mpoho na no kwado ne bebi a metena yankasa obi adi ne mi wa
MPP from the history I read this here now you could see say about mpoho fiasia election biano parliamentary and presidential NPP any winnie from time I yete mpoho fiasia free wasa east ho now ekunwe enye kwa oso it is looking like that obi edi mpoho for with the omatroa bedru this time and the nya mpoho ni ayawo no ewo ho a wo hu say no atrona doson e wo say oginem na sebio ekono ogiko na ode impuntu na mpoho fo hia na bafie den na amawaya wadwene say opese seat we mpoho fo etoma
yo Kevin medawase Kevin I will say CCL kra wo USA we say ekokrom na de bia ka kire oba say mekokrom ameto toy Ghana blow na every day abofra no bia akobe nde ese o meba meto toy Ghana blow de nsi ogum ne de agro eba ya mfa ma the next day ekoya mfa ma the next day abofra no behu say ache me papa every day bia o ye ndada na o de dada ma oni bibia o de mame sa na mpo constituency no akwakoye since I what take constituency from 2012 and I said ne ya bom ya ne dabo ase for bom 20 good years ni NDC ni adwaneda na MPP forward strategy bia what did that da kuma for no mo to abama ni hina na say wo ma obi di 8 years na wo hu say nimpa no di 8 years no so wanya adwuma bia nkofo bu afu so oboto abade atia ne pe no wa asesa no akofa nimpa foforo de aba wo ba pe wo sesa nimpa we de ono de obetuma yi adwuma na first person no ba na wontuma anya no nti yantuma no ono so oba no obedi 8 years pe wo se o wanya ade ya na yede ne ba yenim se wanya ade nti yansesa no wode another person wode aba na Kevin de ni nyina oma oye si yetrafo me yehu se 2024 we election a yekọ no oye mpo constituency yempuntuo against MPP party individuals bia wo ye die ni se ebla ma me papa na ma sole nimpa na ma sole ba oye eyi amoa obedi MP no obe start from 2004 and obe contest satana omampanyin kufo wo so wo mampofo ina ati ase se because of Stephen Krakunti omampanyin kufo na last because of Stephen Krakunti se wode adwane ma ye papa yi amoa oboboa ma oman mpuntu obi ose yenya bia yenya yempofo ina ye gitum koto aba ma ye papa yi amoa mo be ye member of parliament 2004 to 2008 na omampanyin kufo na wo so no satana na mpoho yenhu ye first school ta ye wie na wọ́n yẹ ti asese papa no aba 4 years spent yento ano so ye mankofo ti asese 2008 election na wo kono Ghana force wa bla MPP abani se ma papa tuaso biem na okobie ma impuntu oso oman ni nyane yenya oman fo na antie de aye ka no wotie de MPP fo ka no to aba ma papa mo san ko 4 years ade ka ho e ma okokoye 2012 within 2008 to 2012 no bi o constituency mi ha bi ahu de okoso se mpuntu o fa mpuntu constituency na nya bi because they work can say na ban no sunti so opre bibi onya bi ma ampa MPP fo no say no so wode ne collection ni bi ma NDC candidate wode ne beba no obetu no inti once san ko for another person la no de one bland no foforo so oye foforo waba na dia papa no so ntumi ye no obo obetu maye wo mo tena nche no ko for another person de ne bai obekọ from 2012 to 2016 oba ne ya omo yete asese na ban no so inti okosere bibia onya ya kwansem wase yensu sem na bibia yenya bia no ontumi ma onye mfa maye inti 2016 na Ghana fo aye wadwene se MPP aban na dada Ghana fo am waje atum so okay ye beto am MPP because what the same bi ato yetim say yewura John Dramani Mahama ni nyumo oye no onye papa nti yento abanti ano nti stade ya yento abama no no nso nko kana na akofo ado na mamohu ama wo pre watum anya bi able mpofo san gitum to abama no mo san ko another 4 years ni mu na wo hu say sene anya mekono so san mo no so kobie ma mpofo bi nsan no tese oye ndada no wodada ye ena wokofa dia sisi a wo so ya wode ne bai ono de no wonkan no wokofa mbai be blanding makromu no hina so ono de so ofofon kura no ofre sisi a adibia mpoma ye hia bi obeba be ya maye na mpofo ye to aba no manu bum na okokoye member of parliament minu aka even 4 good years ni na obi a o ye MPP ni a o se wafa no so o ye MPP ni so obeka e tam wo delegate congress no o ma woti ase se se what to abandon man 4 years and no so obenya 8 years into urban say no say ebia bedi 8 years no so watum wanya another wanya 8 years no watwe no ho in the same nimpa we wakọ ni party fo ato abama no mo aba be parliamentary candidate ose mpofo se yansan to abama no another 4 years obi aso organ ha bia hu flama obo na dia o twa yansoro ho twa yan ba bibi yansoro ho ne se MPP fo no kwa campaign a no waka to so yenim se yan ya ba ne de wo faili na mom de ye MP de wo momoda won to abama no na onya 4 years ana so ndi ogbo no ho modi nti yan to abama no no sanso to aso Kevin na e kasa na kan sembi na Akufo-Addo omo akumfi ahemfo no wote ase se o de candidate mo so won to abama no wan to abama no inti no ama wan fam puntu amfa ma wokum na mpo constituency de MPP force yansan to abama obi a nsenkyerene a wan kasa MPP for no kwa wo hia e waka kire so yenim se ya ban na faili ye opposition yan to abama obi a na ban wo so 4 years Akufo-Addo ahu se nyama anyanti o chemini so position di amankofo bebre no wanya sika wo de aye campaign no watumanya domdo parliament yempo ho de mfie nan ni ye nhye da nyampuntu a me na winua bi anaso obi o wa bia ye benya so mfaso o se yansa monko de MP John Dramani Mahama na mamuom na se bi so hu se obi ana ban wo so kura tum o de mfie nan wa be se ya so tefa wo bobo wo so a wontum ontumi nye bepeme na John Dramani Mahama ba power no betum akosere bibi dia blempofo a nti dia MPP aman anase aman yoku no wode yempo okuro no onene na media atwo ne minu Kevin
oba empoho fiase a ekuadwuma na mining na the big economy oho imbebunu no epeso mote ensem bia ebema mo that hope me aminim say John Dramani Mahama mo NDC mo manifesto maka bibia fa farmer service center ho John Mahama se nyame boa na otumi ewini abana ana NDC ba power incredible say empoho a sebio ekwadwuma ade bia sebio yaji atuma tintimaya a nipa bibredua abe ebimudua koko ni ade no ombesi bibia friend farmers service center tractor wo ho insecticide wo ho seedlings wo ho equipment a ekwani bia be pese ebi obi ya abe obi ya koko obepese obeba beji na sebio aban dia high no na odi aye dwuma ni nyina na wote ni nuaba ni nyina na ne sika obenya no sebio wate esa edi akotuaka sai we nyoma bia ebema ekuafo hwahen ha omo asaso abase Musa Mose NDC for sebio munya tumi na agro processing center eba abe ene sebio koko a wo area ho de edien na o ka kire mbebunu no eba ekua ene sebio bebia yetu galamsey papa bia no galamsey bone enso sebio bebia mining no galamsey ho ene wo legal miners so ho sanyoma mienu we edien na o ka kire o constituents
yo minu Kevin ma mini kamla kwa for one sem no so eda me ko JM ne manifesto launch no na mitie ne sem oka ode anasa ne hihye o ma kwafo no o ma me behu se mpofo ye twafufo mu wato nkwanim na ni hina ne se ye beto aba ma Kofi Bentim wa be ye wo member of parliament eba ya ha ye wonsase bebra kwafo no wo wa wo betum de adua anyama bi te se mo abeti said ye can koko but ni hina ne se mwa no wahin kwode suit assembly ho me na me ya assembly man me be ya assembly man for good years wo mpo ho de suit assembly ho ekwo ho a tractors a owo ho a aban wode yan ye common fan na atoto osisiwo asam fide ni na ose akuafo na wo constituency na la nya asesa na se wo de suit ni wo nya access to those equipment na nkrofo afri nchene aba be fa de akọ the various constituencies and as a companies no they akwa yadwuma or the amasa company no when na John Dramani Mahama said so oba obe make sure say equipment akuafo ayen constituency ni yebenya every John Dramani Mahama was so fertilizer minim papa bi wo friend was sompla ofri Ashanti rate no wa be settle wo akwa bi ase otuminya 100 pieces 100 bags of fertilizer otuminya Wellington boot ase kan ya no otumdi yakwaduma nti saa nyama we John Dramani Mahama san hihye we also de baba to form yen so se me member of parliament o se mu se me mindful na nya wachefa se obi na se ebia ti se women's bank yo so de baba bobade be sie bi na opeso oye kwadwuma na so oni sika ye be design pakone ni mo tumanya saa lo ni bi yetumi ye de saa tractors ye de be ma no mo de adofuo so ye mu bi na opeso odu yetumi ya boa no mo waye saa nyama ni na ma wo so wanya bi no de ahwe ni fiefo nti san hihye na John Dramani Mahama o de ababade ne de yempo for de yadu tum say obetum aba no waba aboboa oye constituency no now yemla galamsey nsensem so me ye galamsey ni me free galamsey ekrom ti say e free galamsey ekrom dia ye beka ho say ye galamsey
ni
na Kevin adwuma no say ye woni difference beble in the one more warrior dia wode say nyama no ye won aban wosi aban ni mu mpanfo no warrior dia wode say nyama won no wogu nsuo so say nsuo won no wogu forest nim say forest eba mi krom ha ye wo bibi wo friend gato on wo kwa asase ase no wo kofa abo no de pie na ebi so ha wo tutu asase nani nketenkete saa no wode chamfine na ade wode dwe ebi wo so owo awuram ono saa nkofo no won say nsuo wei na say ye kodura ye bema yewura John Dramani Mahama wate ase say aduma no ye woni fonsei saa portion we said in share pato a timamifo because akwaduma ye ekin say ye nyina yes ye me mabusuan asase ho no say busuanfo ni na ase ekogu saa asase no so yadofo na asase no onso ye inti say ye wo aduma bi so nketenkete say saa small scale mining ni John Dramani Mahama wa register and fine ye nso kempofo won ni nsuo ho saa ebia we aha we no go earlier we forest ye nkon ne mom asase we ye akwasiblo yitumi ba no be yisika say okay me de to maame we no koko ma be mining kese wa ha ma tuni mu ajapade me de akwa siesie mi krom se kromani so wo saa sika na so no so betu atua tax bia na sika bia odbe ma ban no so odbe siesie man no so obetum wa ye bi na ode ahwe ne fiefo a saa nyama no yemfa hyehyɛ mfa nwu ne yemfa mu akomafo me kan saa gato no ho asemi saa adwuma a wo yi se ekọ man simsisi a meka se wo underground wo ho oyi otumi book workers saa so na gato no sisi de hyehyɛ papa to ho a nkofo a wokọ asase na sena bia beka se won so okọ obewu aban hu se okay se ye ne se ya onfa atrenche bia ama na kromafo no so wo krom otum wa ye bi na aban wo sojafo a odi chase wan wogu nsuo so wan wogu forest sim ti se ministers wo akofo na mamom sisi a wogu forest sim na wo se forest no aban wo sojafo no odi chase sankofo no na yenso yete se mpofo a yense nsuo yense forest na adwuma nketenkete bi so wo ha ye no aban wo hu se bia wa ma license a sankofo no so betum aye adwuma no de ahwe wo fiefo anase wo yele no Kevin ebla wote constituency 2012 eban a wo suem anase wo de ye district office no e galamsey ni dan saa nimpa na saa gato ya anase asase ma de e wo kwhye asase ase wo kokofe onu bi na saa nimpa no onyan a odi si saa dan no na so wanye saa adwuma na nka obeye de no otum asidan me de abe district office inti saa ban de hye papa to ma saa nkofo no otumi tua tax papa bi wo yisika kakraka wo de ye akonu mu adwuma na so wo hwe kwan bi obetum afa so onfa tranchem bi amfa ma atenso ono beboa ne yefie ni fansi nkofo wogu nsuo so anase wogu forest ma wo say forest no
na oba mpoho a ohwe mu vote no sibie ba na mpoho town ni mu pa na omotoma NPP pa edin asempa na NPP aka to omutimu wo mpoho town ni mu because ukọ na me ni editorial team na ekasa no ukọ the little other towns na eben mpoho na utum say concentration of NPP vote na ewo mpoho na NPP strategy na say almost suppress omo ye de omo be bia won Mpoho town nim abra omo fampuntium ba no na omo winning numbers no dodo because omo adwene omo say omo winning Mpoho town nim a e de na omo ka kire mebunu ne nipa omo ha ama impuntium ba enso nipa omo Mpoho no de bia no motoma MPP no
yo Kevin papa bi tena ase te say de kan wo friend Stephen Kraku na papa we tena forma hu say ne kuro no ehu hia no nti okobo bla na wonya sika wo akontuum no de ba Mpoho ebe ye adwuma no be si factory wa ha oyemple nkofo no wo ye mu adwuma saa time no na ehwe ekonima na adwuma bia nim na obi na nkase wakɔhwere na nim fifire na nyame aboa no wonya bibi kaka no abaye adwuma sa edom duduro ni hina ndidim nti saa nimpa no so oba na obeka cho so ke ahe na me wonu wondi machi a me ye sure sa me no mienu ye adwene se saa nimpa no de obeka na ye bedi so nti dia o ma MPP wasafo na nkasa yen wasafo no ye wo constituency no anade sitini ye ne ye to abaye de ma MPP yen ne to aba because of sa papa no hu do nti why you say na ebehwe na sofu bi dina ba bi no odi Jesus Christ ni di no odi do because of dia woman yet ase na say nsenche ni bi obeye na say ablabo papa bi obobo na asase so no ono na asofofo ni bi mu so wa fa sa edi no odi do sa na MPP fo sisi a ye kase ono ma ebla papa ye papa Stephen Kraku ba be boy odi ma yen awasafo na ye wo ha nti ya fa ne so okay papa ne be ya ade nti so odi ade abegade a no ono ye mfa ho ye ndi di ye mfa sisi nkofo ono tu na ma wasafo ankasa no yen de ye to aba na ye to ye de MPP no but me mati asese 2024 election ayekono wasafo no so anhu se oye communal labor or your what dachi against obini dachi. Kav maminka assembly infantry in the bare 2 weeks. Your hand yet is a car be an accident to Pokano. Na driver na okita car no or church na sema. Or to say netia contractor ni dia gu kwan so or a true so to gu so. O si kwan so na car ni yinu mokoko totwene. Na mebisa mo say ye enuanom a ye ho say ye MPP fo no. E black car no konya accident no. Car no catch driver no say driver me konya accident 20 gina nchen. Na MPP fo bia wo bia wonyi wo party card won fan kire me. Wo wi a won ko gina nchana mo ko to NDC fo no mu ana. Dabi wanya ne sa. Oto obi o car ni bia tubi. Into 2024 eye wadwen say me MPP ni me de me sesa onye ye meto aba me MPP a de aye for me nde e ba ye kom ha yale kese o unity wa hapa e typhoid fever ewi a apemfo a wo ye funu sese one ne yale a doctors ni every day bia wonya ho problem me nka me driver bi ya me driver me ne nampa me man shedding ne yila one ne ti onya miscarriage sa asem ni si no wo ye ne okoi doctors hwe ne ye bibia so what say mogya ne bi kan yamti ye de ane nam hospital ane nam de okokoba ne se bisia no sebi waka bebi nanso so onye ekwan boni aye nam so na nyamafo a sebi ehu Kevin e bampo constituency a ina ni ne ya nsuo to ofa mpo one place bi wo Flower Babylon mpo kuro mankasa me krompo na me film one place wo Flower Babylon time am wo primary school be primary 1 primary 2 say yakọ school a ebu an say nsuo yi na for kwan ni hina e be for nsuo ma ansa na obi be mo so asi ko ho the last time this year ya nsuo to na nsuo yi fa kwan no obi kwaka na small kan say wo me adwuru no ye problem wo ho dada nti me bisa mo say so oye problem wo ho a ye nya obi obetum de no wasuo say sa problem we media de me solve mo akiri ma so ba beto ma me kan kirem say problem no wo ho dada ni hina ne se MPP fo ne de yadwena ko gina ba bi se ade bia no ho a obi betum aye no pokomi ha oba yi apart from mo kote se wo hia na e de NDC candidate bia na de candidate bia ba wo meti assess sa candidate no ade bia no ho betum aye we de ya abofra we small boy we onim ba bia we oti se nti wo kasa nsem ne kire wa then watum wadu so me man perform ya ti assess 2024 election no obi oti krom ha ya ne ti krom ha no onim problem aye fom anadua yetie so ma light out me dem bi mo fra dem bi nti me na minim say ye lines na ogugu eponim ni hina no se me be member of parliament o se me make sure say ye lines na ye de agu ka kwa ho amasenso to eduo wo mu anto so na eduo buto so aye hina ya ba be da sum na se me ne ho ame ma me ana me ila na me mo from aba be da sum sa ne man kitinkiti hina no me ametie se me be member of parliament minim se ma tena domna sida dominance for wo problem say afibia nsuo to a oyi fa nkofo da ne de solution ye de be ma dominance for the last time ko class bi wo fla ho edan na me ko ene na ahemfo na kuma no woni mi di nkomo no ma meti asese wo village bi wo ho sa village no wa ye problem am wanti MP ni ba ho mo woni ne ka say omo modan ma e wo ko no nya wo village ni ma ho o ka tron say ono onye blade onye kwan MP nya kwan nya blade me no ka say yakofa covet na mbogbo aye de kogusu aye akwa blade ne dem because ya tena krasi da yenim ha krasi asetenate se so nyama na nam dua blade so na nyama na bu na atom fa ne se ni pa kro no ni nsene anaso kita amofla do won fa sa blade no so na sa amofla no ni su adware a woto ma o se wo na wo nti yen nim constituency ni mu problems ni bia the last time me call me formal school at Trebo Mezie this shooting bomo ye mpo wasa east was one of the best schools our no work constituency ni in the Trebo Mezie school ni ye wagu ni na say wo the teacher bia akope onye ba bi ntina teachers no kwa no woko in the say me be member of parliament minim say school we ma akobi da say school we no be bia ni di bia owoni nti say na ma be member of parliament yenya baby informal teachers no school wo mo wonda amasa wo solia wo tuma ko school akwa kire sa anya mofra manade wo krom ya minim say problems eba ye kro nima ye street nyina anye every day minam street nim go to Adumbanso ebu ha nsusem 1 month na pipe ne mai meti Adumbanso obi maduma ho ha every day bia mekoba nti minim say sem wo banso a minim say banso ye facing so problem china oye say me be member of parliament make sure say yenya community water system obo supply nsuo no papa dia makoma no foni na mo ano ni ye wie ne yakokofo bi a ofri nchen so mla me member of parliament wa obede no won ye problem ye from wa ha nti ye problem na ne say ye mfa nkofo a sebi woni mi hawa ye from Kevin mame fam hu say na eyi videos bi wo aduma bi a me ye no wo constituency efa one area bi a ye flower plot so Pentecost Junction obi a meka so tie misisi a papa bi wo ho wo friend Mr. J oye known MPP member since I me yabo fla me be duru ebla me be assemblyman every year bia nsuo beto bia nsuo fani fie every year bia nsuo beto bia nsuo fani fie wo be sesa wonya ma de aguati fie na be ko Pentecost aso dem ansa na ode akogogo me be assemblyman na me mo wote asese me se me be assemblyman na saile away ma hu se problem o ho ni because ma tsena hoda na me yanku bi tuwa me ne na yeda mo from every year nsuo to a ye for ye mattress ne so a ma hu se covet no hye sa danhye no so no oye covet nkitinkiti no hye gata no so nanum susa into one to abamam na me be assemblyman me assemblyman covet me yi na mafa akase pa ne bi me de aboho na me de aba be show me wi a me for machine am de twa sa gata na odo ni na de akọ since me be assemblyman be sin ne sa papa ni fie nsuo mba hoda me ko fa excavator twa sa gata no me hye covet akase pa di so nsuo no oto ya no nam covet nim no okọ elie mo for wo so ni na since me be assemblyman nsuo nko wo dem da ye twa gata na kokoduru baby na excavator na yesa oka ye mo se na chinti one two man twa mfa nkoto baby oso ru kokoduru because excavator no kope no oka ntino na o ma ye ntuma mfa aduma na mfa mawie because ne ye ne resources e betumi ye dia yesa aduma ba me be member of parliament mi se anya kwa me na common fund nti metumi di mani asisa project no se me ye ma kire ma beba no not say port so elia no ho de nsusa me ma ho biem minim se me ye member of parliament na me de another 1 year this was say ebia Babylon ho nsuo no oto no fa nkrofo no me de 1 year suo me de me common fan na mianu bi anase muo bi flaban ho ye de twa sa gata na ya ne kase ya ye covet akase anase ya hihye covet akase de amalia ni na mansuo na afoma se me ye wiempo na 4 years no se me firi so a minim se akiri ma beba no wo ba wo bebisa se hwan no ye sa de ewe me ba na mo obekasa akatese ya na blanti we ni papa no ba bedi sa adwumadie no do solve problem mai nti mpo oye problem no onye bibia wo oye do aye wo MPP party no oye ekwan aye de maye ho MPP fo ne dada hwe Kevin yetumi hia MPP fo ndi waka che se ye MPD omoa wo but party ni ye pe nti yentumi to aba ma NDC anase party na na yewu but me bi so say eble kwan ne say ambulance bi ka kwan no so na me bi sa mo say nti ambulance yo okay say MPP constituency chairman na yiri dem awaka no e no da ambulance nim so won fa no ko hospital e na ambulance na ko ka techem na ne yele nso wonye obi am anhwe no ambulance na se sebi o ma no nkosi form bibi kokoto na nko bibi sa no se oye dom wo ma party no ma mila for sa problem nya na so oye den wo am wasi asikafo ne de won wo so oye asikafo na so wo firi babi ba ne de they enjoying wo gugu wo babi wo mo fro wo gugu babi a won de wonim constituency ni yan team na everyday bi obi beba be firi babi no obi wa ka tro se you ya abofra ma me yan to aba mo no ka tro se obi ya abofra won to aba won fa ama no one no catch us say obi nye 36 years on tum ko parliament obi anya 28 years akọ parliament me mo 36 years na catch am say me tum ko parliament ebla me yesa me be gina assembly ma ka vie ko gina krom me catch am mine say minim say atobo na literally am meeting bi no ye problem ye nsuo aba tan for sole anopa ahomache 1 o'clock de wo mofra ko gina bula so say won konkoto nsuo mofra 1 o'clock o so da ne ma me kono nim say ne ba nani so tena na say o sole na obi ani fie wa obosuntu de ne kwotena bula so 1 o'clock na nsu asom kokokokoko ansa no wanya bi wasa de akọ fie no wakọ akono me match one literally for TSS what to abamam na be member of parliament me be assemblyman me make sure say that problem we need to be twa what one literally me jejo me kasama na mpani bi wa ama na so oboa ontumi ye na me ka kire mabunu say literally we ye mabunu ye literally anti yan kan yan mum yan firi mpanfo ni sam ye to aba na yankopon adoma me wini in the me promise 3 mechanized boreholes equat bona literally 3 mechanized boreholes ni na wo ade bia no wa me kasa mantum me ye ya mantum anye even me ye ma me ye bi kra me de ka ho a ono man promise my phone because na me tim bi nsuo no bebi a me misisi a me fie wo no me nsanso ndio ba me papa na busuafo ho me ma me no wo ho mabusuafo gueliem wo na wo sansuo ni bi no ma won sole a ma che nkonkoto nsuo biem ni hina ne se ye hi obi ote constituency ni obi me ha wo ye fom oni ma tete a yenye nam onim se so kompo hospital wa na machines papa no na se equipment papa no wa wo de behwe ne ba dia no so konya ba bi gina onpe equipment papa mfa megu hospital wo no de ahwe ne ba so onim so okodom na se me ma me te dom na sisi ame no kase se me ma me yale na so wonya oxygen for nsini so dia yempe kwani a betuma nya oxygen akodom na so health center wo ama se me ma me ko yale ya de bi de sini so sa akwofo ni ehia on wadi man nanim onye obi obefiri babi no beba be ka tro se me no je ye maburu yentum ye constituency ni ye meanwhile ye na constituency ni ye dia Ochina no say me no wo na yen beba be ye be nya ho amane na pani bi aka tro say manto aba ma onyenko ababunu to onyenko ababunu no okontum fa hwema me ma mabunu wo mpo konsuensi mu ati asese ade bia no pani bi betum aye ntum ye bampanfo no pese wo me yeti asese sebi yen ne adwene sebi yeti kurunum aseti kurunum ye kurase ni wani mie hwe emre bi ma Ghana ni yenim sese ehu broni a no te se broni na nyansa nyina woni tirim se inde se ehia broni na ehia Ibrahim mama Bahama ya papa Ibrahim mama no obi ni me Ibrahim mama obeka se broni no wo broni oye hia nipa wa America ana oye hia nipa wa Germany onini Ibrahim mama ni na se wonam kura biase na obi ni me Ibrahim mama ohia broni no obeka se broni ni sebio owo nimdia na se owo nyansa se Ibrahim mama meka se ne Ibrahim mama so wo nyansa wotuma bi aduma wafa abrofo wona aduma saa na nkofo wo firi nchen wo bagana ho mu yemu se ana wo firi ekrom no wo ba mpo ha wo mu yemu se ye mpo ha mabunu ne ye wo han sebi o ye nkrasefo sebi o ye ntumi lead but me ka se mabunu ye okrom ha ye betuma ye nyama pani bi kro ntumi ye ni nansi ye beji ye nwadi ni yama ye ho kwan ne ya ye sa aduma.
Honorable Mpo, you have surprised me and I want to promise you this platform will help you to win this seat. Mpo omu hia obia ote omasamase. Omu hia an indigent. Enye brofo akese ni certificate akese e obia onim mpo for problem. And then you bring watch say unim mpo for problem. And the evidence say the basic needs of the people no and in here and then the first time I say meti free ho you talked about the basic needs. In the end, Betima Kacho say, you have surprised me, and you're sure say, you to one pohono, and in the parado one pohono, they have listened, and omuni makoma pa ikutao. This platform is open for you any day. Bia uhiya sambuano, we will give you. I really appreciate your time, and in Power I know they have listened, and as time goes on, we will bring you back and sana election 2024 December AC.
Mati.
Honorable Bento, Nyamishaw, thank you very much for being part.
Masam kakra we me chato. Dia mesere me nuanom no na oman ni hina ne se te dia medikan aka no. Kofi Bentil obi wo ha obi sase yembi sase Kofi Bentil den wa ya yento abama no. Yenhwe ebla na me menye politician. Me pesa te se me ye politics me nua Kevin 6 years ani 2018 me be NDC constituency deputy youth organizer. 2019 woto abama member assemblyman 2020 was me in 2022 me be constituency chairman de my NDC NCC am be parliamentary candidate me de am NDC wonyi ebla na me pese me be member of parliament mo fancy nchen no wonyi one candidate a wo MPP man na so owo both political parties ma o se ebla no onya ni suade hunu se obeba be member of parliament no obo ankofo sin Kofi Bentil me free street ni bosum kokko so na me wo me na under form be bia nkofo ye dopa me nua Kevin or ye street me because mo fly be say what watale egu okon ho we watale so no egu okon ho no wonam street ma okoti go aba what ba akokra what chem no na wadi nti sa e haw no ye ya fam bu wosesim ni nti me before me ba be kase me ba be parliamentary candidate even nkofo a yen ya hwe obi nkwa ye MPP for nkofo a ya boa wo nkofo ma ya hwe won school nkofo ma se bi yedo won ato adumam nkofo won hia mo a waba ye nche no me be ni school fees anasese sa tamina na minya ani swadu no sembe ba be member of parliament inti candidate bia no ho waba constituency mo so waboa nkofo before be ba be parliamentary candidate sineme inti ono kire se nya me boa na me kokoduru suru a me boa nkofo sene dia obi be ka se waboa nkofo wo de won fansi wo ablanti we person be member of parliament and ablanti we super so be member of parliament yes in chene ebla no wonya sa ni suadu hunu no why na no boa nkofo pa ebi MPP for we MPP for a minimum wo say sa nipa we MPP but ebla okọ ahokirem no Kofi Bentil de no hu si wo boa sa nipa no sa tamra minya ni suadu hunu na mekọ akodi aban na aban be man bi kakra na president Mahama Ghana for asan so yes wo kọ akofa na aba na mekọ no makọ akọbọ obora na emom MPP for no suro wonim Kofi Bentil say yanke kansim bia nkyere nkofo na wanto abantia no ne yamma no kwa ma boy ne baba member of parliament seat ni yansa nka ne biem nti di yasere no say NDC fo a ye wo Ghana ha yemfa mpo constituency so oye project ye di seat ni this year anwode ne bia wo bia won famla meboa ne anyi seat ni this year ne make sure say ya ye nyama NPP fo na ntuma anye NPP fo na dada nkofo Mimi Street in Pona for your capital town and answer or district capital. And from me who quote about Kukra street mina into Misha White in Pabua White and Fanford Street or by say. Now so some fu enim say so ma kwan na say ye ba be je adwa won san kan biem na won na mu otutu futu dugu nkofo ani me for individual helps me dran so say nkofo nto abama me me ba be ya ade a me ma me benya so mfa so me papa benya bi obi MPP ni benya so mfa so nsuo na me se me be ya assembly man na me bo na onya ndisi fo nkote ne yanom me wo membo na me de bo ndisi ni anam de bo bi oba me ono nche so obi dran so to abama me de adom dodo ni na benya so mfa so de obi atu ata so benya so mfa so de obi oye Ghana ni bia benya so mfa so no se di gina so to abamo si ye bokofie ne ya kasa eke ya du abayira me de second be tutu from here am tie sisi asem me so ma bokofie ye bokofie ya de bayile hjem ni ya tu ni acha mankofo mu ya di enyama waye ye no uncompleted project no waye no constituency nim no o te say bokofie na mfa bayila hjem entumi tu mfa ma obi am no di 2024 ya mfa opposition member of parliament ya mfa no nko no about Ababa said Don Dramani Mahama no was into one farm to one farmer. Yet the Obia over 2 more bowl Don Dramani Mahama office, Yanimba member of parliament, Lord Impunto de Ablam for near Suaba Yatuni and Hunuson Faso. Medasi. Yamisha,
thank you very much. That was Honorable Kofi Bento, the parliamentary candidate my NDC in Poho constituency. Our next guest is Professor Grace Ayensu Dankwa. She is our next guest. After this short break, we will take care of Prof and so constituency. The biggest constituency with a lot of controversies and the only woman who would snatch that constituency Ghana 411 and the Honorable Professor Grace Ayensu Dankwa. After this short break, Prof will be here.
I hear a voice in the wilderness, whispering change, peace and grace. My people are suffering, born desolate. Ooh, take my place to lead my people to the promised land. To lead my people to the promised land. And he says, it's Dr. Grace. She is that woman, strong and powerful. This is the time for change. Is it
only hand bypass good know that
Dr. Grace, she is that woman, strong and powerful.
What's the day? Dr. Grace no lucha. Nam so Dr. Grace no lucha da na chede. Nyanu kwani de why ade. Said that one drink yakura I basa de. I say I'm a Dr. Grace lucha kwani de. No yes here then I see.
At the same time, yesterday, won't man over your watch and Nina, children, Nsuka, the chila, all your Jumo or to them. I mention Papa, I mention now, yesterday, December, Kianaki, Allah lie. December, Dr. Grace Olefa, sister plus percentage. The demon, when I shadow. Shadow crime is an order inside Rose in our Krinya, Yada, Sinamisha, Papa.
This is the time for change. Is it Kadoka time?
Oh, you're quite a much better than my other family. As I can say, but I feel going to that trouble.
Your plans or your program, Papa. And Cassana, you contribute. Yes, see, I son Suta, no, she now as no call. See, young contributors and upon the man, not in the Mufia and whatever Catilaba. I'm going to watch Papa. You win the map, send the baby, the Jedi Ankasa, near contribute. It's Dr. Grace, you ask Papa, why I'm here. You're an ass.
I believe to be. Some course I can do. Because the mood will be, but remember, men with a mopano. More for sure, I can't know one day. Can't be so hard, Dr. Grace, and a picture no them. It's not today, or a man, maybe someone no, or a man. Why am I wood upon fat? Your mission. Why are the people? Son and Pano. Oh, yet a corner yet, but it's an American up one hour. I can't now I'm a way to damn ever kind of mission. Now, rather, two brochure, 1 2 months.
Within the Christian Avocats, incoming as a member, newly elected. You could see Dr. Grace there. Umbra Moboy, Yamanado. In there, our Friday, Dr. Grace. One man machine, you did try. I test him a room, Malam Town, Nebuza.
Was my man. Amount from Odos. No beer, soon sorry. The beer, the better day, ambition. Long condolation of power or the woman.
I should see.
Mommy, Dr. Grace, Yami slow. And some man found out Boko, Yami slow. Mijinaham, maybe if you are on Charlie, Mbama Pakum on Chalmoanaji. And baby, I back at them dead and ye yima, Mijuch say, Anaji. Moana brother, Mike, One, Baba. Obakatra, me yell Maka de Fampan almost back 3 months, 3 years. Where you maybe from the world 12. Maybe from Bramakayam Papene, Nayala Babakam Wamam Panaha. At Wamu Clay. So, Sister Baba Bakada, Madam Grace will buy your operation into Watcho Medina, and so one show you. Not Brother Michael Betrawamon, Ampa, Brother Black or Troy. Meeting or the count or Cadam Brenosa or Buff Flayan, who were health insurance, and Mr. Moody, also Brenudula, Yabako, Monsieur Martin. And so I was on and Brenuduli, not about Flayan, on your quay, your honor, now come on, Papa. Can't so ordinate a price of in our coma, your play, your quay. Okay, what show me, what do ma'am? Dok akre kum ejekum antena na we na aka ho na ye play wo hwe wanam brele juli wo fo bia no phone do dan blason na ejoko ko ba se domala wo so wo ko kekos onye easy we didan what first I want to you on operation so bia na ntia teku awo ho na ko wo there ba no onye na so unyada obeye eto Dr. Grace Nyame Ogajo Mepin last 4 years enwini yo na wonyo na pide wa kwankwa nya ba na na ebe yo ebe ya ntana ya juwudi ya tawachi Nyame so na to manana
Let's vote for change. I am for change. So are you. This is the time. For change. It's
You create inside. My friend and me, I am not one. That the one what that done, and yet one was shared by my having you. You never be putting a new. I mean, you mean to me, I put on one. I may have my shot to my hand. I see you can do. But
look at time. Let's vote for change. She is that woman, strong and powerful. This is the time for change. It's a look at time. Let's vote for change.
The enemy from what we go through when we have our periods. Sometimes they was so more school. One for us.
This is the time. Let's vote.
Could not have sailed through without you. I don't want to. Dancing, it is you and just your grace. You have to praise.
Is it gonna
Each other, and for that we have each other.
I hear a voice in the wilderness, whispering change, peace and grace. My people are suffering, born desolate. Oh, take my place to lead my people to.
All right, so you saw live on Loud Talents TV. That was Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa. She is our next guest. But before I ever know, Kai say, in 2020 elections, on the constituency, a year on the Jogat in the contest here, a year Kobi Ocheda Kokofa Sujes Biba Yamokai. The constituency now, Omokofa, these criminals, Eba constituency war, Ebebu Two, a year Kobi Ocheda on a regional minister, on the Jogati, and Charles Bisu. Omo kofa tax ba ya na maame no ewini eye Dr. Grace, Professor Grace ewini elections no omo kofa eye criminals we ba ya omo botu ebeje ballot boxes de call ya omo making sure say eye aba no omo wiem e de ama Jogati. And the Jogati oye yarefo no for over 18 years otena eye Esikado Curtain constituency when tumi anya de papa bia oho wakofa Charles Bisu kromfo e de na ba say Charles Bisu embehye na 9 if we say NPP for no omuhu eye Esikado Curtain for so mwejimi. This lady is a professor, she's a surgeon, she's a doctor, she's qualified, and they are to say omuhu di omonka omuso oye nipe bia sebio oye hantan oye sebio oye root oye dabi omoboa. Mami we omo krono da intomutu fa krono ntono so. Mami we onkoje ademude onkoje bribe da. maame we oni criminal record bia when kuni teacher wo school to say Charles Bisu maame we when repeat oba e wo senior high school e say Charles Bisu maame we edwuma wa ye wa bruchire obi ate enu nti na ende omo so maame we de omua de, but you can see from the video amachire no. Now maame ncha a little history about 2020 elections the omo ye ya omo wia abanim edema Joe Garte nim onim so lose elections no and it like of Crawford say Charles Bisu aba say Charles Bisu mra na ono so embe wiama no. Now these were the thieves omo de omo call so omo no ye police for time na ye kan aba no 2020 ewo Esikado Keten omo the soldiers abegina nipa kon ho no omo botuo ema omo chinchim eye NDC for nsa ewia elections no edema Joe Garte obi anim say Charles Bisu okromfo obi anim say Charles Bisu ye wi. Over the weekend, Joe Garte, a criminal like in the Japan, MPP akronfo nyina kwhia wo Esikado Keten say, oh, by force, ye per se, Charles Bisu be your MP. Charles Bisu on free Esikado Keten. Charles Bisu on free sa area ho. Charles Bisu or ye kronfo or ye ria waji bribe TV so John Mahama ne NDC aka say aban sa abo be chinatum. Charles Bisu so be ko jail. And it no person sika wa ko wia o galamsey mu no or de ko Esikado Keten ko pe MP parliament ko she. Inti, I'll say Esikado Keten 40 years here. Now, ma mention a brief history about Esikado Keten na afi no. Me mamo ente almost history kakra niamfa Dr. Grace Ayensu enso embra na ombe maye. The reason why obi anim so overqualified, but it's important to say ono aso bekasa na Ghana for ehu de echo. Now, sorry, I've given you my mention Esikado Keten history about Omu seat, and it's going to be a quick one. Team, I hope you are with me. And say it's good. I want Ghanaians to know what is really going on. Now, Oba Esikado Keten history about Sa seat in NEA. The Esikado Keten constituency was originally part of Sekendi constituency until 2004 when it was carved out. It was carved as a constituency. Inti to 2004 no na Esikado Keten constituency no na originally no eka Sekendi. Inti na Esikado na ebete no ho be constituency no 2004 eno mo te Esikado e free Sekendi mu ema Esikado Keten ebegina esebio ono nko an ho as a constituency. Now, notable towns in the constituency ebi Esikado, Keten, Kojokrom, Fijai, Ahinkofi and any other towns are omunyina no moba together ever form sa constituency no. The NPP are Joe Garte MPP MPP Ekufuado any Bawumia any Charles Bisu Kromfo no efrimu no omo ewini every general elections in the constituency from 2004 to date. And from 2004 NPP wini parliamentary any presidential ebesine ewo Esikado Keten. And so Mibusa will say, a dinner MPP aye was Esikado Keten because umuadie. And it's that this woman is exposing a ye dear omo ye senior omo fa Esikado for so Jimmy omo dada omo no. That is why I don't want this woman to come. Because the mami we nim the doctorate, the professorship, the intellect, the onimu abruche, surgeon, the paketwa, and a krobi kran goes to the president. Bia no de ye Mr. Puni, omu se MPP for muso wesuya de uniminyansa, o pesa obebua Ghana pe no de asama toso. But this woman is clean. This woman onje bribe da, onye galamsey da, onye illegal mining da. This woman onbo krono wo TV so onko wia obi SBO obi sika on repi oba woni school be ma bia da. Maami we enko school koku ni teacher. Inti also mu se Charles Bisu no oye criminal. Ena sebio maami we eba beji eye Esikado Keten for no omo pese omo de Charles Bisu we kromfo we ebehye eye de Joe Garte anan. Now, the constituency is largely cosmopolitan with a number of communities within mixed with other tribes. Now, however, they are largely hunters and fantis which dominate the area. In Tuko Esikado Keten constituency na a hunter for and a fanti for and are dominating a Esikado Keten constituency. Into Omangasa Neto and Oman Munim Edi, the air Kosoho. Now, already a little history a far a year. Esikado Keten constituency yene omo parliamentary candidate Ebedia Komono omo history kakra. Esikado Keten voting pattern since 2004. In 2004, the NPP's President Kufuor won the presidential vote with 25,113 votes. 2004, Kufuor winning a presidential elections with 25,000 votes. Now, NDC for Professor Mills winning with 7,952. Tibusa wants to add intra. If we say MPP for so asako kata akoto ahenta for trim say omo ya MPP for now you see And so ko secondi yɛmfa nto nkyɛn na woba Esikado Ketan constituency a NPP AC ɛyɛ adeɛ baako ɛnyɛ bibia mboɔ mo. But you see the gap in 2004. Kufuor we need 25,000 votes. Atamils or Fantini, ofri a Fantimemu, Sebio, Nasifo, a Hantafo, Sebio, almost one said in Yano. Only a year 7,000 people voted for Atamils. Busa outside intra. If you say Nipebi ewo enfa, a year a Hantaho, a constituency wa, Omakato, Emranti and Maba one trimu say, Mudie, Muye, CPP4, Muye MPP4, Nasebio, Mamontuma NDC. In this NDC at the Papabia bar, Nasa NPP4 win Kwasiafo we know, Omakachre a year a Hantane Fantifo say, Mamontuma NDC. Nanso and the uko a year Esikado Ketan constituency, railway lines, a year harbor, a year every single uko a year even Western region, Takrade itself, biggest hospital in Takrade, a year through the NDC Mune Bedruya, inti MPP as a criminal entity, no, Omunye Bibia ma Western region. Titru Esikado Ketan, Omunye Shimomo, and so Oma can be to team. Now, so Kuenima in the parliamentary race, 2004 na Jogati Ekotinaso as an MP. Jogati. Nebusian Fien or their party edian, container and or their party office. Yaka Sanseni or what politics ma, ebini Jogati. Jogati, MPP Jogati, Esikado Ketan, one of the Sanseni MPs in Ghana, politics, ebini Jogati. 2004, and I had the Jogati of the MPP won with 24,000. Kufuor 25,000, and a Jogati 24,000, and a NDC 8,000. It told me say for some reason even though they were giving them the vote. Now move forward in 2008, or 2004, 2008. In 2008, even though the NDC won the general elections, the NPP still managed to win both presidential and parliamentary. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2008, we need a year Esikado Ketan with 19,741. And the NDC, Professor Mills, we need 12,000 votes. Even in 2008, the NPP still continued to win. Because ya kabibia to omutrim, so omu MPP4 and MPP4 bu omukwasia. Now, in the parliamentary, the same Jogate from 2004, 2008, Jogate won with 19,000, and the NDC, Ewini with 11,000. So we say, into Jogate 2004, and Obetre Esikado Ketan so as an MP, ebesine. Jogate kwasi ampenyi we entumi nya ade ba kumpoma Esikado Ketan for. Jogate da hone nam Ghana se oye MP. Jogate akofa Charles Bisiwa ba because eba a hunter seat na. MPP for no strategy and na Kofi Bento kano we di ano akofa no nyonko abehwo we di wi a oso we so behwo sam kwase ade na MPP ye no hunter eno maka bibia to a hunter for trim and infantifo ni trim and na omudi nkwase asem. Now me anko history nim ansa na the Dr. Grace Abba. Now this is what happened. So check it a year. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not what I'm looking for. Check it a year in 2012. 2012. Where do you see what Esikado Ketan? Jogate Kronfo we also the sky training, but we amani kidney say. Now in 2012, Akufo-Addo and the MPP won both presidential and parliamentary votes in Esikado Ketan. Now, Akufo-Addo had 23,000. Remember, Akufo in 2004 we had 25,000. Akufo-Addo all the way to 2012. Onya 23 and wasadi about 24. Busa won said die ntina eye Esikado Ketan for edan to abama MPP. Busa won met me beautiful lines no unya nipa baako emanenka adea MPP aye ewo Esikado Ketan. Now Akufo-Addo in 2012 was able to get 23,629 against John Mahama 17,000. Inti Atamils enya 8,000 as his maximum no. John Mahama was able to move it from 8,000 to 17,000 in 2012. That means the NDC numbers now are appreciated every 8,000 ababedu 17,000 almost 11,000 and a becca. Now Jogate Oko Air Parliamentary in 2012, Jogate got 24,000 and the NDC parliamentary candidate now a friend is Thomas Brown onya 16,000. So you could see clearly say Esikado Ketan for no nipa bi wo kuro nim MPP for no aka bibia to omutrim say even though ya nya hwema mo no monto aba ne ma MPP anything ye busa say adentina at this point Esikado Ketan krada ho to aba ma MPP And then the question I busa omo esika de katan. Now, Uber all the way to 2016. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo won with 27,000. The numbers start jumping from 23 to 27,000. Now, John Mahama enya 12,000 from 2012. No, John Mahama 2012. John Mahama the air or the bear a year only John Mahama took from 17,000 to air 12,000. Meaning na propaganda ni ye juma. Na John Mahama a year railway lines. John Mahama the trains to Koho. John Mahama is chip compounds. John Mahama is e-blocks. John Mahama is schools. John Mahama make sure say a takrade habono we be. John Mahama bibia e takrade esika de katan for so ebe benefit. Still, the NPP were telling esika de katan for say mamuntuma John Mahama. If you saw John Mahama or JJ asefo NDC form per omwasem and so share impuntu e western region, especially esika de katana e NDC na ye nyina. Into now, let's move to 2020 elections. Share the dynamics. Now share serious. I was this already Jogate DMP from 2004. 2004 na Jogate betinaso. From 2004 besin there, Jogate cannot point to one thing. And the question penny wakofa Charles Bisu waba. Say yentuma Charles Bisu na Charles Bisu sumbedi so na onria omusika onyusu esika de katan for so omudi omajimi. 2020 something happened. In 2020, President Akufo-Addo again won the presidential vote with 33,000. Akufo-Addo numbers in movie from 2016, 27,000. It moved to 33,000 or 5,000 count. You don't know the reason. Now, John Dramani Mahama or contesting Akufo-Addo no esika de keten onya 16,000. That is half of Akufo-Addo's numbers. Even though John Mahama appreciated from 12,000 to 16,000, you could see, say, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, any MPP for numbers, two things. They lie to them and they manipulate the elections. Omu manipulate elections, omu real elections, and omu say, now, this is up to Sikado Katan for to think. Now, 2020, Akufo-Addo won with 33,561 against John Mahama 16,000. However, Jogate Awaye MP from 2004, ABC 2020, no, Jogate during the elections, no, he got 26,701. And at the end, Dr. Professor Grace Ayensu Dankwa enya 24,000. Tibusa Hon said the see technically it means this woman won the elections because John Mahama made Emna saying 16,000. Dr. Grace made 24,000. A hot energy Jogate ekofa a yes soldier for onig kobio chedako ebebu bo tuo na omudi soldier for fake galamsey boys more mutuska and more mutuo no more bubu tuo. Right now Jogate who said he cannot contest this woman. No matter what he does, he cannot win. Itomakofa comfort is Charles Bisu waba. Charles Bisu MBA fresh face. We also know Charles Bisu as a hardened criminal. Charles Bisu a kunipa. Charles Bisu a real galamseska. Charles Bisu a real excavators. Charles Bisu waje bribe TV so NDC for kasomo power. Charles Bisu insu awa say any nipo moku any siko mo free Ghana for her any small scale miners registered or Western region. Charles Bisu edi MPP for anyway area or excavators no. John Mahama and they said they will prosecute and jail him no into upper parliament akoshe. Intende MPP for say Charles Bisu enko esikado katen na mga say we a new candidate de omode empoho for no enu abi no omode esikado katen. Now let's do this. I'm going to take this short break. I will try and get no, I think I have one more record to show you when it comes to esikado katen. Now Oba esikado katen na, this is what the history says. Dr. Grace Ayensu believed she won the election but was rigged because during the collation of the parliamentary, while Dr. Grace Ayensu was leading, the electricity in the collation center went off, with AS soldiers invading the center to help the MPP change figures. That is what happened. Even Joy News covered the event. Omo kind abana omo say Dr. winning and omo doom light no kobi ochirako. Sa regional minister na nanunsu se bola bed no. Oni Charles Bisu eni Jogate mo omo kofa galamsey boys emo omo soja ntade emo omo tu no mu twa light ni mu. omu twa light nim no and omu start e swap e de boxes and a maame no ni vote no nya no omu start titi mu omu yiyi ni nyina afri mu. So they turned the lights off and then they started to rig the elections. Now it is safe to say that the Sikado Ketan seat is a safe haven for the MPP because for 20 consecutive years, the 4 consecutive general elections, they have won the seat at all times. The NDC is seeking to turn the tides into 2024 with John Mahama as the presidential candidate and with Professor Grace Ayesu Dankwa as the parliamentary candidate. This is what happened. Time and omo kind results no. Joe Garte, NPP, Charles Bisu, regional minister Kobi Ochedako, omu cha light nim, omu my instructions me dum light no, and omu vote to, and omu ria ballot vote.
Ghana must work more efficiently.
John Dramani Mahama, 24-hour economy. soon for swimming. Fawa game. Mama, why I can't foresee the
All right, thank you very much, and thanks for staying. Before I bring Dr. N, she's ready, but before no, Ebi Anipa Bibre Ebusa say, Doc, or a nipa bang, what are her expertise, the field, and any idea. It's very, very important we put this on record. Inti, mami read a little bit about a Professor Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa. Na mi na we'll put her on for her to tell us why it's got to Ketan this time. They need to protect their ballot and send her to Parliament to do more of what she's doing. Now, Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa, let me put her up. Send that it's fine because we need to make sure say we project the MPs for people to know who they are, where they are coming from, on my background. Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa, the doc, nyoma be brain, my man can't even because doc nyoma also. Doc, nyoma no, I need to put doc on the screen and then I can read her profile. Me reading the profile, the other market doc. Okay, one guy's out change him. Now let me do this. Let me put doc on the left side of my screen. No. Sorry. Okay, my man just submit to the doc about the left side of my screen. Yes. Doc, you good?
Good evening.
Good evening, Doc. I was about to read your profile a little bit. Na me hu MD, MMC, BBTT. Ma me nya buja na me read me wi ana ye di komo no. Very important. Some people on our platform want to know your profile actually. And to Oma to say you were a surgeon and all that. I need to put it on record. Send a to be easy for people to identify you. So Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa, MD, MPH, FGCPS, FICS, and FACS. And also, you be a bit. Now, let me go on to Professor Grace Ayensu Dankwa. Was born to the Royal Amejina Abradze Ebusia of the Esikado traditional area in the western region of Ghana. Now, she is a gender advocate, humanitarian surgeon, educationist, and a philanthropist. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Southern California in Los Angeles and a medical degree from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. She's a double board certified surgeon trained in general surgery, having completed a trauma and burn fellowship and trained in reconstructive surgery too. Now, in addition to this, she holds a master's degree in public health and international health management and planning with special certification in humanitarian assistance and disaster management from Johns Hopkins University School of Hygiene Public Health. Now, Dr. Ayensu Dankwa has also worked in private practice in the United States and holds licenses to practice in California, Michigan, and Maryland. In Ghana, she runs a private surgical facility in Accra. She is also the founder of Healing Hands organization, an NGO dedicated to providing medical and surgical care to the poor and needy who have no access to proper health care. The organization also provides free medical supplies and equipment to clinics and hospitals in rural areas. Dr. Ayensu Dankwa is a member of the Ghana FDA advisory team for vaccine and biological products. She is a member of the board. The President's Council of Elders for the board of Wesleyan University in Connecticut, United States of America. She is a board member of Days of Girls International Ghana. Now, she's also a professor of surgery at the Center for Global Surgery at the University of Utah in the United States, a lecturer at the Cape Coast University Medical School, a fellow of the American College of Surgeons, a fellow of the International College of Surgeons, and a fellow of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. In addition to her medical career, she was the 2020 and currently the 2024 NDC parliamentary candidate for the Esikado Ketan constituency in the western region of Ghana. Solid woman. And so the brain is sharp, an extraordinary woman who has done a lot to deserve to be in parliament. Good evening, doctor. I know western region, I know the problem is your internet. I know. And you bring your baby to go through this. If the internet does not allow, we will come back tomorrow and continue this conversation. But I hope that this internet will allow us to finish this conversation today. Doc, you are a little bit, yes, I think you are trying to position yourself well. Doc, good evening.
Good evening, Kevin. Bibi
Aboko, Enyumri Ketan Esikado Ketan constituency, I know they are not asleep, they are all waiting. Doc, 2020, a lot happened. 2024, me personally, I've heard so many things, but there's one thing I've not heard. Menti Obiaka say you have taken bribe. Menti Obiaka say you have criminal record. Menti Obiaka say you've been involved in Galamsey. Menti Obiaka say you are somebody who has been involved in any corrupt act. So whatever anybody says about you, I see it as a lie. Tonight, Esikado Ketan, they are all listening. 2024, why should they vote for you?
Medasi Kevin, I'm the brother Kofi Benton or Casam Nina. Actually, in Western Region Metro, there were 5 metro constituencies. Secondly, Esikado Ketan, Kwesimentim, Efia, and Atakradi. Amakotini Benina, Besia, Okam, Benifuno, Waye 9, Nebesia, both NDC and MPP. Wama besia so na bibi dema wa medwuma no oyedzin na our friend says wa bende 2020 no mo no is not enough and says no work for 2024 to that make no why one a campaign lunch nkwana wa be nyina amemo agro bankotin wo hye ma agro ba we no. Then the next thing was Kobe on your regional minister now. What the regional shen is there or your head of regional security no on protecting no. Okay, Gina stage or catch one day. Ami airport and I miss a catch and then Musro se BB. Now one cast when you more in 2020 into 2024 numbers and I in the Kevin to the mechanic. I mean it's Kaduna womb, but wine fee. Mama I mean chiba direct news card by my one mammy poor papa. Me bibia me a secondary school Ghana Holy Child Archbishop Porters na moko abrochi me ba America. Me bibia me surgery, me undergraduate, medical school, postgraduate, residency, me masters in public health. Me no na me son me a surgical fellowship. Me I had a private practice in Los Angeles. And I'm no and I'm decided there Ghana because me bana mu Ghana or kwana na oya roho oya yimshishi especially me Esikado Ketan constituency nyan appointments in some nyan healthcare no it was so bad the moko hospitals are sometimes no wonder there into one na oya ra obotu mwaba dadam hospital into since 2012 na me decided there Mezema brofuna minimum yejumano because one minimum yejumano sometimes in yako Mexico, yako other countries. So why not come to Esikado Ketan? So I make a catch when I make a case that was okay, damn that will be Esikado Ketan. And so since 2012, every year, yes, the 1 month this way at the back directly into Esikado Ketan. Now what bar may you free surgical care. Yeah, be Piero, you'll be in operation. I am on a free. Since 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and son Amijina for office. But before that, in Amijina for office, no mean Juma Pa Maya will constituency more doors. Besides the free surgical care, no more one crop for our hospital bills. Remember donations to hospitals. There's hospital in the Western Region Metro. Remember when hospital donations. Mankaso, Miss Miska Tonyamano America. First of all, they would donate it to me, put it in a container. Then I made the container Ghana. Let me distribute for free to all the hospitals. Because I realized there was a big problem with healthcare in Western Region. There were 2 regional hospitals, Efien Kwanta and one regional hospital, Efien Kwanta. But remember the Efien Kwanta, no, it serves not just Western Region, but Western Region and Western North. First na ye bom na watching you. Into Efien Kwanta Hospital, Kono, or serve both regions. Eko Efien Kwanta says I Kevin Besu. My brother Kofi Benton okay. Hospitals were on air connection, the condition of one hospital, Nankasa, Nam Pana Bedemen, Nam Tuntuna Woho, na the mattress Nipo Ebeda no Boibosu. Healthcare no nti eyara from Mpoho when you work with Yankwanta. Look at how far that is. A Quanumponda ho. Eskaduketen eyara, that is the next referral center. Yeko hospital what's the services in you nti yenko Cape Coast, yenko Accra, and yenko Kumasi. From Western Regional. Most of the people now Wofi and they don't make it. Cape Coast boy 45 minutes. That is the traffic in Ponima. Ekitaka papa. But there for public transport and now there for ambulance. Or they ambulance no petrol and an ambulance for wako. Nkofu pi why ready for transfer, but they don't have the money to pay ambulance the petrol. Into what did the hospitals for our work and what transfer. And my question was, urban done na Western region fund. In Adina wo Cape Coast now hospital one. Yen be Western region. At the corner wa Accra hospital now, what's in yen kwa Accra no? Why they yen be? If you don't get stuck in Kaswa, you won't make it to Accra. If you Western region, what's it called? Kumasi for healthcare. Dami nyama na mi muni ya miye mishim de na manka samon krofu. Why there near Brewer Western region ha? Yes, the region nation krofu bi won sem. En krofu no, they don't really care about us. Nya sem bia for won. Nwan wo ba what they call themselves property owning. Into wo be ria yen many nya wo faye property, wo faye kwaza o she fom. Wo fa bibiaro. For one kasa one na won ebusiafo. But time no so. Na ye koto aba. Na wa ba appeal to one day. Oh, one join party. Ye MPP for one join MPP party no. But ono be no, one join MPP party no. Sika no onye no, one fe bia me MPP for no. Sika no onye no when fence public toilet o. Sika no onye no bola no pogu pado. Sika no onye no one find your market. Sika no onye no one fence swamba. Sika no onye one find your car kwan. But time aso na ye kwato aba. Awo MPP join party. Damna what did that down on Western region? In Kanka is Kaduketen constituency. Honorable Jokati was not 20 solid years.
20 years.
20 years in heaven. 20 years. Now, my American, I always use Escado proper as my example. Because I had not seen. I had no back ofi. I had na yet too. Kevin Escado proper na yet is Sierra. Yenyi market. Mena nanom wo na market wo we had a thriving market. In the America say yenyi market. Eda not timineni mo ne na nan kanso bi ni fie nenyim not. Ordinance si bamba no da omu market. Nipa kropa not na market no. And market no dan prostitution center. Escado na narrative for 20 years no. Our police station yenyi cells what you are when you ko secondary. Police who need toilet woko.
Police station needs also what you do ko secondary.
When you ko secondary. The whole constituency.
Jogati has been MP for 20 years.
The whole entire constituency. What show is Kadoketan constituency or whether when you ko secondary. 2 police stations. Nina Kwame Nkrumah time na we see. Eskaduzino and Akojo the 9 in the whole constituency. Esikadu not no. We don't have a lorry station, taxi station, nothing. Taxi station or no posit. No posit or a shed. Taxi drivers know what you have 50 cities, 50 cities. What do you see? Wooden shed. Across from Norfolk.
20 years.
Esikadu 20 years. Esikadu na yet no. Hospital Norway Skaduno. Kwame Nkrumah knows in 1950 something. The first polyclinic in Ghana. Ojinanifia Omu Hospital. The structure is from 1950 something. Eskaduna na Latino. Amina mebe ya boho when if ye name wonder or what to swa neighbors ya force. Eskaduna Otino. If you nifie, never baby walk on namna. Bola no go got them. Escado no one. Public toilet over here now, almost 3 of them were clogged. The rest of them, they na yet area when you into me and down. Escado not no. Say it was Escado New Town. Na all there in Jason. It's in a new town where you can see in Jason. It's in a new town that you can see me in Piazza Mo. But over there, sandwich never for runabout, never for police station anymore. Never around and sun because there's a road there. It is less than 1 kilometer. Less than 1 kilometer. In the America say on ye. It's cabinet in a car kwana whatever the shortest route to the hospital one. Or you could joke from Miss Kadokwan. Macadam rebellion in 2020, no, they make a from 2020 to only 2024, you can't now say because only them rebellion no they make a no say. This is the legacy of wage arming. And yan podi yan shana hubu yan can once more. Mayor can you there? Why ye be onjin and chan? Na enyana aden offer ye mono, enyana ye fiha, enyana yen fuma wahano, enyana embo from our ways can wo ye ya, wobe ye ya mehano, enyana a man for ye mono, enyana aden oye yens and unja and yen be ye. Yakadama yakabona. Also, say you, into chinchina ni chin, or a caphobia yen yimino, yen win that. Waiting at Takwada, we win. Waiting at Ahanta West, we win. Now, on shop.
Charles Bisu went to Takwa, he lost. Ahanta West, he lost.
Yes.
Charles Bisu now is at Esikado Keten. Why?
Esikado Keten. And then there were posts in Yanasha Yankon. There ye po yen po, Adano Mukwe. We sipun. What's the iron yen po, yen po, what it has been no be next MP. Until they're forcing him down our throats. You identify him. Do you even the MPP themselves, they've made a mistake? What primaries? There was another young man. His name was Giovanni. Ofi Escado ha. Escado asam fanu. Escado Katan constituency asam fanu. Wakajiska na watu abama Charles Bisu. Inti says yaneti. Yempo. On way really to one boy. Ossi or kakafo be by force or dash a young one. Nana ran it in a boy and done, Nana Bedich. Since 2012, Namaya Juma or constituency anymore. Kede 2020 Chinchi Mensa or Jabani Fimism. O Chinchi Misa Jabani Fimism, Menken baby mansion a robo, Mubo and Fuo, Manka Kasakaso, Manko babya on air privately, publicly to say anything bad. Besiaba Mijna Collation Center, no the AK-47s, I counted 15. Odiberi Amaba. They shot and wounded 3 people. Odum Kanya was Jede Basa Mankasa. I knew the constituency or Yemeta. Constituency ne wana mifi. Constituency no ye obey ya mamara. Intimiye dina miye mejuma. Because ultimately no, it's about the people. And one amobwano onye NDC fungote na woba muhu. MPP fo ba muhu. Obiara mba muhu mamimbi sende mopocho NDC nyana MPP new. Me healthcare interventions and me obiara mfimo mba town numa. It's for everybody. Me nipa krumpo. Mimbisa party card mpoda. In Suna me aye European town one in Suna makaye no. Kevin, what to Suma? No, what's the Usu got them? There used to be a well by a NAB gas or a regional office runabout. Now, well, be a whole Bura no one. Pregnant woman on Yinsa no Castle so tomb. So, them well, were condemning. Onu na mekade no da ma di another beseso bottom into mama one in for mankaso. Remember, I've never worked for any government before, so this is all privately funded. And am I well for from madam one well ne wobu ne free Mimi said the NDC for now, borehole, sorry, mechanized borehole system. Mimi said the NDC for an NPP for Kote one no Musunubi. At Snadu 20 years. European town, a one so efficient village. A one hour Hoyanam, a 1 hour Shayanam, Momoy, Mammy, now we are got a Momoy will go. So don't you think you want them to use in Superpa? Yakadama Yakabona. What's the one tell you to say, I know I don't know about she. I mean, Jina Padu Mohamedano. More secondary school for Mohameda. My new Biara and Kokun was secondary school though. And I'm my school. Be Piara Mamma and Papa Academy, Bia my maybe politics na yeri a wo campaign launcher. Can't I buy a microphone? Because I mean, Mayama want the work clear.
And then that is the next question I was coming on. That was the next question I was coming on. Ezekado, 24,000 people voted for you in 2020. It means you still have them at heart. There are a lot of people who love you at Ezekado. Check it track record and the history I read. It looks like you have actually made history already. The number you clocked in 2020, it's history already. Still, they still want to vote for you, and I believe that Obia Ottoman 2020 is still confident that all your campaign you should be able to cross the line to win this seat. What are the new things you have in store? You let them know, say, they should not lose hope. These are the things that to in place for you to work. What to Mama?
My launch my campaign September 28th.
Okay.
Now I mean my manifesto my area by area, not segment by sector by sector. So in the health industry, clinic biara only chips compound and your chips compound the damo. Not only they be a bimpo will be, but baby one on yet. Baby the Bacado one chips compound baby one on yet. Ebi wo Jerusalem Kojo Chrome and Ketia Chrome Sabu Zongo baby or obinate container chips compound. Inti ami me baby if you will. Na one old chip our friend and youth center na Joe Gatti assassin yen event na also basic youth center. Obesi structure no almost 8 years ago in the Americas structure is uncompleted. There's about 4 of them dotted around the constituency. We be take space but projects only. I will take all of those youth centers in Orient. Na mama do my 2-story. Na asino me the chips compound kakra dashim. Na ya Maduna Youth Center nankasano wako building no sir. The first floor. Na ground floor no the chips compound dashishe. And one of what chips compound why that only by upgrading. In just any chips compound. Kojo Chrome proper any chips compound. BU in chips compound. Agric in chips compound. Ahin Kofi in chips compound. In Crawford in chips compound. In Tamakrom in chips compound. In Traban Quante in chips compound. So all these people you have to drive. Cars in the Moka Koning in also on yet. Ahanta Basan, one of our remotest areas. Mepeno, now for 13 years, Kevin Muni Kanye. Chips company Kanye you. Inti worry Jawa. So one for phone light na ya. Delivery with a phone light. So one for phone light and ya. Nurse be okita moto. Inti what the moto ni basi delivery room na no na what's moto ni light. Imagine wusu na fumes a ofi moto no mu na orokwa bana maame no mu. Inti edru wa infant mortality was sir. Maternal mortality was sir. There are many farmers who could food. The abuatan kawana, the abuatan eduna there dish a fridge over 1.5 hours away. Inti abuatan ka farmers na wo because by the time obakaka fe drina ban many pokon wide and we in the America say it took me 2 days. Motor light poles almost 30. Na mutra 1,700 meters. In the America say a hunter basa clinic where light also. Mpoho wɔ Mr. Bentil, Honorable Bentil ne borderline. A crib of friend Bomba. Now, because that chips compound is closer to that area, no, Bomba for no will cross in our base Kaduketa will use chips compound. Because they say you wakanya, you to me jawo. Infant mortality or a zero. Maternal mortality is zero. Abortion and Kobe Mumwi in the last few years. Those are some of the Njuma Amaye. Na so ye nyamina duma constituency na kase Skado Hospital na why the yen biggest public hospital no are on your regional hospital. Ma converting into a proper district hospital. Fijai Hospital is the other hospital. It is by CHAG, Christian Health Association of Ghana. Or act as a district hospital, but they don't have the necessary equipment and now the services now obey in the full district hospital. Into remember my in the full district hospital. As America says you, me nyama na me ya mawano, onye nyama me so want to abamam, na what to rea, may day you. Kevin, oye nyama marry ye dedo. Robot yado. Every month, yak around agent. You could one few meet the nurses and doctors. You check one pressure, one hour diabetes, you check one blood sugars. You quiet and find sometimes we bring diapers, sometimes we when they drew high blood pressure diabetes, they do them one free. We have been married the Mazi for almost 4 years now. Every month. Besides the home visitations. Every month, biano, yeko community by community, zone by zone, yeah, free medical screening. So you screen no, na our problem. That means you have to go to the next level, the referral. No. We take you through the entire referral system. Every 2-3 months, yeah, eye screening. Obiara nenyo ye ne oye manedru. Obiara wa ohia hwehwenwa ye man be free for reading. Ye wiese one our cataracts a tender when you know ye one operation free. Mo video no that some of my operations are there. Nimbi said that we NDC for now we MPP for. Mami be saying there we schedule get a man for ana. So we schedule get a man for no ya me man so there or what them one. And that is what we have been doing. Markets, yeah, the clinics, yeah, the markets. America say we don't have any market. Market are your constituency or your trade. Nina markets are dead. Eka market, I'm even talking about what debt no more. Manka photographer market at your Mahama see you. Manka KJT you. America there shed keke ena in a anwasi and a dirty or nasi. Kojoko market na ye one of the biggest market. George Grant, 1950, bibi no ye sawmill. Now we're turning into a. My papa Mahama Ben will see train stations, brand new ones. Or today broaches didn't be mind the gap in connect to na nisi train. Because first now your son na ya full train. Or ya broaches the 10 style. Trainer aqua air conditioning room. Train stations or ye be what the main station or ye be European town or ye stop station or Kojokrom no ye Kojokrom train station Kevin in the America say Kojokrom train station no what is your funerals why your event center all the trains are for can trains in Nancy wa bra use what constituency wo ye juma why na Kevin train station group on confine no go to one direct and indirect jobs. How many of them? Missy, what wa ba mama? Ye best ye both train stations ni na. Papa ma at least if you go to Krompo Kotakrada. On the congested car kwana. Na ye do takrada me the buses one on you na call market circle back and forth for free. Urban human resources are now the human development. That is a 1 hour mark mission with Skado Ketan constituency. Because ya neglect human development. In the case army was skill center. Skill center, yes, get training for fupi. Girls are what better way hairdresser, and you want to masters war. And one are what better way a barbering, then you want to masters war. But skills na yebotum ya within few days na obi so botum woda ka eduma like soap making, like flower decorations, like what friend and ice cream making. Dem nyoma keten every week biya ye training. But the good news is Papa Mahama say National Apprenticeship Program no dereba. Into Yamina Juma will piggyback on that National Apprenticeship Program and then intensify the skills training. Ama area ebayen a skills training area. May ebayen there starter kit. Before we give you a certificate, yet the kit kakra what's bamoa. I will swear the book your way juma. Say soap making some mama starter kit. It's about 150 Ghana cedis. Until last time na me go for 350 no be training. So I am not more than mutum them mobile starter kit. Because out of 350, some mama one kit na and come you should the one will bear 200 and 100 and bibi no or started the one kasa warrior was
Yeah.
Now what locally. You understand? Constituency we have been so neglected. Actually, but on the main pedamakade want to abama mo na what to abama miria maba be ye walk up on Masha said it.
Is there anything
Make and painting new sites.
Is there anything you can point to Charles Bisu Ayono constituency? Well, from what I know, he's not even from the constituency. Is there anything?
Kevin Yemen. I mean that. Maintenance that until the Honorable Joga take it on good you. And I mean, you must today at least Giovanni na no rukon on Yemen on the unity schedule. Or yeah, why you want you to organize that? So I was thinking that they will make a better decision because Obia on him na or about all on nam crow biado or she seat waton.
Yeah.
And Obia any
one friend political prostitution. Damadin one friend political prostitution.
Damn no ye. And all ben so bad and people for Nankasel. Okay, one day, or should I check fridge bien? Na TV bien. No more way you wounded or a fridge in the TV. And okay, delegates in the day. One cut to a banana brand a car now on the fridge in the TV ribbon on Ampando. What to a baby now? Walk well. Us the car no way number. Internal delegates what to a baby no way no. P will be me a mall handing him. Oh, Dr. AJ, Dr. Mayan NDC t-shirts. Because I started off with a scam. Interstate and Mawaya in the Nankasa Police campaign. STMA, District Assembly, Wanyaman or claimed oil. Into District Assembly, wobble holes now what you know. On Amdono no route. District Assembly drip now a ban yet taxpayers called Akotona, other Baba a car quan. We big now what on na walk off a drip now, but on your wire dripping. Nippers 1.8 campaign no more. But what in that day, what that damn crofo. In time the more you me one day, or ya madam me mission, only there is scheduled at a man from upon Mamma the monk of you and that dying you. The people are suffering. Kevin, insult on down go to with you. The flooding, Obini Dame. A two more about to me, Yanni, a bian interrabiano. Insult says Sierra, people can't drive home. Retirees wasting the Nakasakas or new sites. Caponing in Nase. Huntuma. Equia hospitals are two things. Mr. Benton or Kade, one wants to know, or our friend and Mr. For we lose one back. And I had to know a gastrointestinal, you fully hear back. And an asthma. And a lung cancer. Because Huntumana yet you in I am not also. The whole place is filthy, is dusty. Bola ning in I go pado. Public toilet in your ass. Ya went Piotinado. O chinchi mensaja banirino. Nanka moju da 4 years ipo peye juma mami po makada a pepe ya oria mabi. Odi ya no kade. Waka busu me basa kevi me ya tuaba. Wasan waba. or pacho. One for more bonning gem. At Mr. Benson Kenna. Audrey 8 years now I should was a candidate. Now I should abakacho do. Oh, damn a candidate on to damn. It's your opportunity want to abama no bobe jumano. Yamo 20 solid years of our lives in Tumanye. Aka for before fra by any no. They honor the 1 2 man mapa one chawo. My one man do many one in ye. Into the mini pedi upon one chaw want to abaman. Honor the Waho no the minion pay you. Waho no one in a bit in his caducatan. Such a proud people, such a proud constituency. Eshe Ghana na bako some cry Skaduketan, especially Skaduketan Kujokrum and Cleveland. Ye can one at Kwame Nkrumah gaining independence. Positive action I had no see. Such a proud people. Ekwako for the MPP now what don't know yet done no the mama. Okay, Gina stage you 22. When 3 projects are why 20 years when 2 project in Basa why.
Prof,
It's them coffee. I don't even know what it is I want to show you. But I'm in America there. My wife sitting in our basinoko. We are looking forward to you. Only there, one man was soon in fear nanpe. I mean, no papa mahama. One man in fear and nanpe. Now one shall man hands to able to me, aye. Say hands to your back, nay, to me, ya. Now 1 year nacing chan, no I should be for. But the corner, what back a train and there, a sharp point chatting boy about 1 minute. Oh no, na wama, the monk of Finia, someone for one. Extra metro constituencies, no, we are having the same problem. Cause second, the question me why. Kobio Chida, kuna no all threatening them there, or Bassene, Kevin, Kota crowd the question. Yeah, someone for one. About 2 times no son. Now about war appeal. Oh, one party. One but one rule no. Now war free party. Sikaning Nasha one wokotoku. They forget NPP for Nankasapo war breasting NDC for. Time no son. 3 months to election. Into our appropriate abandoning drip machines or the babaya car kwano. What's all you want? Kojokro market. Got a kasibi da wo. Got na Hong Kofia, Wakasa, Yako letters, Yako district assembly, Yako MP, Yako Bepia. For 20 years, got an 1 year you. In the da. Charles B. Wicked in our day. Damogotano, ono oriba be storm drain. Be under storm drain or storm drain are going. I mean, poor market a drama that to do the just to get the market women to go back and forth. My bridge kakra to do that. I will into the bay a bay storm drain. Into that ben a woman there in your storm drain. You see what they do. Okakakama watwa about 3-4 months, 2-3 months. Now what in that day? Now some storm drain or be known to me you. Can you do a proper storm drain in 3 months?
No.
Storm drainer area. Boom. That is what that means. Able to my in 3 months. Wherever, wabeye basa. Only 2 years now. I don't know what I save him. But my way and the way them projects and now what I can jabba, what I got to one abba.
Prof, finally,
policy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am doing the sporting activities, motor justice, motor football. Me training and my boys say constituency wide gala. Every year be a 2019. Every year be a me constituency gala. It has nothing to do with the election. Mr. Constituency oh yeah obey amamara. Youth now what constituency oh yeah obey amamara. Because I see them as Mankasamamba. I remember when I was growing up. I had a minion. It's a high obey amamara. Youth
Prof,
unemployment Kevin Ebesu.
in the Cicado, I know that was where I was going. Like youth, right now, finally, what is the assurance to them there? You say they should give you the 4 years and that you can make a difference with the 4 years. Intimate deliver the next 4 years, no, they can take the seat from you. 24,000 people voted for in 2020. The youth in the will tell. What is that assurance there? When they give you this, something will happen.
As I always say, I mean, me the man kind of want to abama man sana mayu. O ye nyama ma sha se de do meri ya mokodo ma ye me di bia ka ho. Ma ka me youth sporting activities. Ehwe regional office na so ye wa asase bi wo space wo. Yes, and ya youth friend and a sports complex. On your stadium or be sports complex with a running track. Me ya bofroba na dem na what's it. In the running track na you. Stands na yet nem ye de hwe games in why ye dada orububu.
You were talking about the unemployment rate. You were talking about the unemployment rate. It's very high, eh?
Yes. It's so high. I mean, my problem was youth unemployment. You were habo wa ho. You were never base wa ha. You were gapo wa ha. You were fishing habo so. Were constituency na remo. Eko krobia do na bi said the one na oye juma wo Navia enya one person. Protocol list no by MP no auton no one crime. Until it doesn't even get yet. In a youth in ya why you desolate. Now they're 10 and one bar purple Kevin Ebosu. In time me say what to about mama in Juma Pano or Riba because my papa my money 24-hour economy. I will piggyback on that one too. Only in game changer. Because the be a shift system. Say Juma no fenyin pa grind or fenyin pay basa. 24 hours. A kroba or pun a 5 up okufia another person baba also another person baba wa apona no pa. Abaninjuma kamu. Abaninjuma kamu. Private businesses now once open there waba kamu. Waba kamu. Me papa mama say he would reduce the electricity because ye juma no fan ye be here light. Into obama an electricity reduction in terms of sika ye betia. So ye damina no chede ye to me a youth p ye die. A private investors p wa cheap. What's it? Wapeda wabobom. Moko America nyamina do mambo bomb brain. In Crawford from Doc, we have seen you. Yati, Aba, Abrochi, and Yana Abakasa. Yepede yabobo, yen done. Yembe ye youth training, entrepreneurial training, yembe ye skills training, yembe ye done. Says ya when you now or migrate aquabuchi. Onumpo migration or a scammers abin. In the book go to Uska. Now I can't when you walk abrochi. Time was name winning popolo. But Kevin a kid abrochi, and or in America, no, we have migrant workers programs and now.
Yeah.
So why can't we have a migrant worker program with SCADO? There, meaning for 30 Baba. I mean, Dr. Grace, I will guarantee with my the funding that I can fund them. Because Elko, the Ekadi visa, or better when you pana, will bill say in case something happens. So I mean my back one. Now our back, San California no Obako, now I in Jumaya Mexican see where you be. Why not? Obia being a niska mind sure. We are time another group can go. What we need in a SCADO Ketan constituency, onion profile is the innovative thinking. Kana hananka senjuma wahan. And you there, ye were a minerals in the Western region. In Tinanka, Western region use the bonita when your problems. So ye were cocoa, ye were diamond, ye were bauxite. Gold no podi wearing ye were arable lands. Ye were po kasina epunukutimpo onukutimpo ni yenye in Panche. That is the super highway. Ye were haba President Mahama why dredge why extending my bigger ships boko. I have already started a work and pay program for vehicles, for cars, taxis. More work and pay program for Aboboya. More work and pay program for Praja, the tricycles. Oh, yeah, no mama shall sit it in America there, what did you manage to minister for 4 years? Makodo maye, me the bimpo back. Driver's license renewals, I'm doing that already. NIH renewals, I'm doing that already. Youth unemployment. You creating jobs within the 24-hour economy. You youth. One hour better was an hour for school, so more born one more. Urban sporting activities. Oh no, it is one of the things on my
the sporting one on that. So what are your plans for the because you know me uncle August Nahimfo, when it comes to Takrade, I've been there a little bit, and the young folks, you know, it does not matter a young Takrade man, Oko Jumaba, a young guy, Opon Juma. This soccer be the ball be it's not, it's their refreshment, you know. Every area be when it comes to Takrade, one board it does not matter whether or you're bank or a doctor or a nurse, whatever, upon by 4-5 he needs to go and place. There's an AstroTurf you mentioned. What are your plans for that AstroTurf?
Say no, young parks, conditions of the parks is one of our biggest problems. Baby, I could be a park and part of my youth policies. Start today, year grade another year level parks. More the year regrass and year regrass. But we also need them accoutrement now what the bobono, like the nets, like the ball itself, like jerseys. I'm supplying them.
If you can move it forward a little bit, but ne AstroTurf I went to man complete. If you can also consider that, I'll be very happy to at least obviously own to me yet. So if there are plans, there are other people too I can talk to help with the AstroTurf for you, because I know the young people in Takrade.
Yeah, but then AstroTurf. Actually, baby, them painting park or the year in AstroTurf. First, in our transformer BC. So it affected the size of the park. Yeah, you transform an if you will. Yeah, but better than AstroTurf. Actually, in Katia Chrome Park, so there's so many parks, but parks in conditions. As part of your program, start there, you resurface. Now, my able to me regress, now my able to me an AstroTurf. There's so many of them.
We will talk.
We have the same problem. We have the same problem. Painting we have the same problem. AstroTurf no no. Insu tumpa na AstroTurf no die insu.
Prof, your final words.
Kevin Medasi de you bri amenda makwenye na mini iskado ketan for me wana kasa. Wankasa when you minjuma pa maye. And I'm in my pa Marian, so me nyane de me am a NDC from Conte, me am a both NDC MPP. Another is Sikado Ketan Manafo, CPP form, Afafranto form. And when I want you party will come into Biara or come. Sir, oh, yeah, Yamina Dumna with the Jumani Shaman, sir. Min Juma pa Marian, Mokodo Maye. I mean, Ahana Mifi, Ahana Moon from my share. Sir, Escado Ketan, oh, yeah. Obey ya mamara. Imbo from our ways Kadoketan constituency, obey ya mamara. Me taxi drivers, say magistrate lawyers amona. When your legal issues are lawyers on retainers oboshana wa ya amon. Chiefs compound, Ikrobia roni chiefs compound ye say America say accounting and what they call like hospital beds na dinner, a gauze ne consumables and every chips compound be a mama when be the Inti one sharing Juma pa maye. I mean me them politicians now also a Korea wabe a papena be de chiri want to abamam now what to abam memoria my day I mean messy want to abamam based on min Juma pa mo good marry mama ye did out. And I saw a Yamina Duma baby, Momaya Medakam. A Juma no constituency no dorsal. Car corner war constituency, Beshana ye. Ye saw public toilet issues. The basic toilet, a popo, Munkan dear, or the one sissy with you. No baby, my toilet in was no, ye toilet a papa. Extra sanitation in terms of Yambola, meaning a good pad. Into your bosha ball la papa na ya ye ballers ni ye. Because yerba na ye no, or you're directly related to the poor sanitation conditions I yet in him. Ye to ballers ni bitido. Baby, I'm a Dr. Grace Moore one. It was the biggest baller in town. I managed the meji ball and if you will. My receptacle, papa, yet the ball and guma, ya relocate ball and akashi chronic chikaka. Taman your many na you could do your rear. You go to Indians just to a ball like a baby last time you could do. You could do your root to baller. Ye say chrono. Na a chrono is Kadokatan constituency one for net and pay fra. But the chrono what to Abama group bitra, what you want you. Wash up on Chatterpa, ye bottle Abana Mawano. Oh no, me feel the one boy in Bernasu. And yes, I don't remember Bernasu. That was a Jumano, what's the Bashamansa. No, what I say, my papa John Mahama Sonensa. No one man in fee and none. Science your banana yin tuma, no what to wait yen. Now, lastly, no, me pedameda, me executives, pedameda me pennyful, I him for always schedule, me bread and nana pay and now could joke room, and nana could not get here with schedule, and nananje siana and now I him for walk a schedule catania made a one I see. There, this time, when we there is Kadokatan or there is science. Now, what did you man what is shamansa? Namambra, Namamba, Chairman Juma, Pa, Mary and
Prof, thank you very much. Menya Obi, what text me a very good friend, I'll say, AstroTurf, no, he wants to help you build the AstroTurf. Inti, I made a number of a man, that person will call you, it's a gentleman, he will call you, and then you discuss that. Inti, that is one thing from here. And also, thank you. So, we will come back again. This interview, it will happen again before December 7th. Inti, don't, oh yeah, your manifesto launch, we are. Expect us to bring you back for you to do your final year sweep up before the election proper. Thank you very much, Prof.
But that the policy is not also. It's my sector by sector. It's next time in a marco with more details about each sector.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, Professor Grace Ayensu Dankwa. Now, if you want to also help support my brother Kofi Bentil with his campaign and a lot of materials to support or can send me about infrastructure, you can come through us. We will make sure he gets the necessary support. In Poho Fiase, if you really want to support him, you can see he's the man on the ground. They are trying to get Impoho up. If you're a businessman, you are somebody, a Ghanaian who is willing. Anything that you want to use in helping his campaign, Mr. Kofi Bentil, Onena is standing for Impoho Fiase, and also, as you just said, you heard, Obi Peso Obwa professor with the AstroTurf. Inti Meso Miami Meman Kofi Bentil. If you are on this platform and you really, really, really want this gentleman to be the next MP, because you could see that the feeling now or on the ground, or say the people, the same way you can see from Dr. Ayensu, these are people who are on the ground. They were born and bred LBBMO. They want to help their people. They need the support. So it is very important to say all these people, we do our best and then help them also make it to Parliament for them to be able to help their people. Now, it's exactly 7:30. Let me be 50 minutes be. Mommy have 50 minutes be enye gigim na afi yenkweni Mr. P, Mr. S. We are good to go. Now there's something that mommy clear something quickly. Calculation. We are running through some of the stories. Calculation. The president cut sword for Kumasi Obuasi railway line. Nana de Danko Ekufuado way Obuasi for Bibusamo Ekufuado. The year 2020 no betra sword on the railway lines be every Kumasi Ababuasi. Mu railway line ya na local ne Ekufuado so Odeba Buasi na ya on kano kre kuku kwati eso en kano kre kuku kwati wenya throat cancer encho bewu. Mamon to aba man Buasi for makachire mo Buasi West and Buasi East. Obuasi East cry MP there. I say on krapo I see nimuno on kasa or parliament da parliament kromu nimuno omushia na mjo so e watchman wo ho Obuasi East mo make sure say sa abrante na or stand Samuel Abuaje, honorable Samuel Abuaje mo famu vote man, a young man who was born bred in Obuasi. We took when the near BA onim the person the bar on by MP crash the Samuel Abuaje and Obuasi. So these are things we don't have to talk too much. And to do your best, Obuasi East. Samo doctor na, sa on your doctor papa, Obuasi East MP on your doctor. Sana ojije omedro Ewa clinic bi oboase. And nkofo friend doctor is coming. And on the number was catch was a doctor. On your doctor be obwa. Into Boise East 4 from PTP all the way to Edian Asqua. Munina mu make sure say, sir, doctor, fake doctor, no 20 ano. Because Boise East doctor on your doctor wo obwa. Last me read the profile ha. Clinic na was Padmo, the clinic be an Obuasi Makohoda. Sa ho no gye duro o baby a omo me duro no e na nkofo ne doctor Obuasi East MP no onye doctor or you fake doctor also kotina parliament no why se kotina wan wa omo hu no omo so watchman ono a onkasa onni committee so onye hwe na oto na jimi me busa boasefo me say ekufo de ka so otwa sword ye de train every Kumasi eba eye Obuasi adanse ye busa o eye train no ewen, and this is calculation and busa boasefo ochina mesa ba busa boasefo say mu train na kweku kwa atem mu ka kire mu say omode ba boase no ewen Obuasefo mo ma adwene mbrefie now eye de bia me ka kire Ghana for recently me say anase ndemete say eye afenyo marking e ka kire eye Ghana for say oh eye NDC for there omo only Muslim a owo mu no NDC for yi ne frim Haruna Idrisu ena sisi ano eni NDC for ni Muslim bia odi sankwase asem ni wia afenyo markings obi yire no wakofa no ena nipa no wakofa no ne girlfriend kunu ede ne kote tutu nkwara anum afenyo marking is a pedophile protector de bia me kan wa ha the law firm no they protect pedophiles, so that guy has no credibility. Nobody should take him serious. Now I saw this picture. Mahamudu Bawumia and also Okoje Edian Oko submitting the presidential forms ewo EC. Now it is so interesting, and this goes to the Minyanum Krimufo Muslims in Ghana. Mahamudu Bawumia makachem so owi preko oya munafiki. Bawumia is a fake Muslim. Bawumia ne yere Samira. Omu ye Nkrimufo mu ye fake. Do not trust them. Bawumia wi preko. Na mono de bia ka kirema monte. Ye the evidence ba be kiremo. Bawumia ne yere okonoma ye preko nkwan na omu da ho a. Ende Bawumia say ono e the forms e ko eye EC. Say ono afile the forms ewie. Wa pa chief imam ho. Thousands and thousands of imam form one crying. Mahamudu Bawumia could not get to that point to be to arrest to say, oh, where there be nkremoni, me man nkremoni so from pondi menim, enko isi no mu say, oh, MPP for can say ye Muslim president, ye Muslim president. Mahamudu Bawumia does not respect the Islamic religion, and he does not even respect the cleric, Islamic cleric. Ombu dien nkremofo asofo offering po say kremoni sofo bedi nanim edina ko wura isi say we de oye nkremoni sofo na menena ba say ombebo mpa yenguso wakofa kromfo kisibuatin we ye wi maka kire mo say Mahamudu Bawumia oye criminal. But what I keep telling you people say, oba eye Ghana, omo ye galamse kese eye Bawumia ni kusibuatin we. Kusibuatin ni Bawumia na di good for oil buy. Oba omo mu wia eye galamse wo Ghana eye sa kwase ampe we kusibuatin oni Bawumia. On say and the Bawumia echo submit eye den eye the forms. Edu jemfio so kusibuatin yenim ni din. And they will chat inkremofo imamofo nyina abo. And the Bawumia fere say or nam krom anase okoye adititiru bia or din kremoni imam bedi nechi. Bawumia is just shy. Bawumia any fair impo say and the oko submitting the forms ewo easy ewiase nyina hwe na ono aka say a historic day man no when timi amfre imam ba kumpo ye kremoni se dimechi. Bawumia kofa edu jemfi aka kusibuatin kromfo we na okofa ne say woni me nko na me respecting wo chain imam for mo Ghana. This is how bad it is. Bawumia wi preko. So yen kremoni nda wo Ghana. Now ka kire me so di Bawumia chia with all due respect. Uwa Allah. Odo be kan de impreko ho. If you say nipa ombu yen kremusom. Nipa offering po say odin kremusom ebedi nanim at the point all kwa submitting the forms. Obi ade bi ogina platform so ka kire Ghana for say me na me yen kremoni a me pese me bedi Ghana so first. Offering say kremoni so for bedi nanim. Ofere se edian imam bedi nanim ofere se odi sheik bi bedi nanim edi akọ isi wo ende wakofa kromfo ene wetwa picture akire wiase se me sofo nie na ye nkremoni na sori anopa hohoro to na woka say me kwa akoto aba ma Bawumia na ye say enimtia Bawumia de bu wusom no na wangasa so ofo aso say Bawumia ombu wusom na enimtia. It is very important say sa ayede munafiki Mahamudu Bawumia ono na yire na sebio munafiki wa no a omumbu nkrimufo no they want to play on the conscience of ayede nkrimufo a omo Ghana. This is it, air time on ferry. When I'm Muslim Kremoni president, the first Muslim president, we don't have any problem with a Muslim, but we need a Muslim who speaks truth. We need a Muslim who basically is not ashamed of the Islamic religion. Mi pen Kremonia, owu eyen kremusumna on feriso bekachiro bisem yen kremoni. Mahamudu Bawumia ferisen kofompe uso yen kremoni. And the okwaje forms are wakofa kromfo a on the or ye Christo ni sofo edinechi. So we yen kremoni wa Ghana, no matter where you are. Na se ye kotoaba na wo sori anopa se mekoto aba ma Bawumia wo nkremusum no alla beku ato atwene efiri se nipa na wokoto aba ma no omu eye den eye osom na awo mu no. This is the real definition of a munafiki, of somebody who is a liar and a criminal and a thief. Mahamudu Bawumia has never respected the Islamic religion. He wants to play on the conscience of person de mo adwene di agro, of person de nkremofo adwene di agro na okoje tumi na on na yire no sebio omde Ghana sika no ekọ ne yiri krom na sebio ode de Ghana sika no ekọ wi preko mo Bawumia wi preko na ye nkremoni na to abama Bawumia o to abama obi a sebio ombu nkremusuma o ka che so ye nkremoni. It is important. Mahamudu Bawumia is a munafiki and nkremofo mo fan tumutirim me de mene menyankopon asem wo so ne wo nyankopon asem obanyansafo. Now look at this. Yesi bibia si e wale na de na esi wo ho. Yesi Mahamudu Bawumia ono ani krom. Bawumia cannot even conduct a whole simple party elections, delegate elections e wale. Mahamudu Bawumia ne MPP pese omo ye den omo run Ghana ye jimi. This is just a rerun. Bawumia nuaba one Bawumia the ne personal aid omo mi eni so omo kopre wale seat no adentra omo hu say ye jimi because omo boss aka kire omo say sa seat ni de monko na monko gina mo so mewie sika wa ban mu enti Mahamudu Bawumia ni nuaba apoti ni nuaba ni mpon one eye Bawumia secretary mienu akopie e wale ene ese NPP fo nto omo so aba ni anhwe dipa okako fesi NDC ni na dia akosidi ni say abana ye to no entokwesi yankan wie ye the police for 400 akogu de wale meno ka say from Endra Mahamudu Bawumia nuaba no moto sana oche abrante no ba Mahamudu Bawumia edi no ono so TV 60 inch 40 inch na omoche musa omunya sika no wen na nim de ya ende abana na omoto no wale keke also ti ase say Mahamudu Bawumia ono na ye the head of the police council. Ghana police gina on na da no waswa police for 500 akogu wale na dia ya ne say aba omwankasa MPP for omo ho oyeto NDC nim PPP nim CPP nim gum nim obi nim eye MPP for nko akakra bi no entokwesi ma aba ne ntuma ankan omo bom ho tuo. This shows how careless, how these people are murderous. They cannot even conduct a simple elections within themselves. There is si wale there. And you tell me, say, mentam Ghana and share these careless people, these foolish people who cannot even keep their home clean. You want us to take Ghana and give to Bawumia? Where Bawumia constituency, wale. Now, if this fool cannot make sure there's order in his constituency, how can he make sure there's order in Ghana? There is peace and security in Ghana. This is the most useless thing I've ever seen. Into your Ghana ni amekotwa mawale. Bawumia ngasa kuro montumi manage aba omoto no MPP mu. Enya say the whole wale MPP ono ane MPP no ntumi manage hwede esi wo wale. See. Hwankwasi asem bi ekoso ho. Na osi ensori anopa entam power emfama Bawumia. We internal elections oh. MPP Mahmoud Bawumia wale omwa MPP o hwe etu omobo. Hwe oma tete paper ni nyina mu. Bawumia nua bawo ene Bawumia secretary. Ewurade MPP for Ghana ye Jimmy ana. So why would anyone go to this election site and koto abama MPP? Where your internal election here, look at this. Look.
We are all from the country. We are all part of Ghana, and the different people are from northern region. You come across them a year. Not from with a gun, they run away. They are from Tamale. They come across them a year. They run away. Military are here. Police people are here. Investigators are here. Media are here. Nobody do anything, but they will be able to fix our people and punish them. May Allah watch everything. But please, yes, the vice president, vice president district. Yes, the vice president region. We are not safe. We are not safe. We are not safe. We are dying. We are dying. We are dying. We are not safe. We are not safe. How many are you people? How many is the police people? Over 300. They are beating our people. They are beating our people. We are not safe. They are killing us.
Jimmy say MPP for Jimmy say we are not safe. How many police? Bawumia na di police for nyina anymore Ghana. Police council Bawumia na heady. Foolish man. You are saying Allah will kill somebody. Allah will kill you first. You know that what is happening is wrong. You are such a foolish man. Now you are bad. Bawumia is in charge of police in Ghana. You people are foolish. You the NPP. You are very stupid. And if this man cannot handle his own home affairs, why should I hand over Ghana to such a careless man? Bawumia cannot handle his own party, his own constituency. When your other constituency, where Bawumia constituency, a honor per se, or chrese or free, now a honor MPP near strong. Bawumia cannot handle his own constituency. Men tam Ghana and shedding him. Me Jimmy. Where are Jimmy for? We should hand over Ghana to a man who cannot take care of just a constituency, NPP, not the whole constituency. And foolishly, you see this young man because of mediocrity and foolishness. Who are you crying to? Bawumia is the head of the police council. If any policeman beats any of you, the instructions was coming from Mahamudu Bawumia. But because some of you are foolish and you think the party, the NPP in Wale belongs to Bawumia and his family, you are going to foolishly die for a stupid man and his family because you don't know what you want. So you have become so stupid, you've left your kids at home, and then you are going to fight for Bawumia, who has been able to accrue millions of dollars in his home in Accra. His wife is not from this Wale town. His wife is not from Wale. If you people kill yourselves, Mahamudu Bawumia and his wife, they don't care. They see you people as filthy people following the NPP up north. Samira Bawumia does not care about the people who are being killed at Wale. What connection has she got with Wale? She's from Chad or Fulani. So if you people foolishly, because of NPP Namutua, and you are fooling yourselves, you will die like pigs. If you have anybody to blame, blame Bawumia because he is the head of the Ghana Police Council. Internal elections. NPP internal elections. To get somebody to represent the NPP. Bawumia, as the leader of the NPP today, cannot make sure there's peace. And you want me to hand over Ghana to such a careless human being? Now listen to the guy who is contesting Bawumia's sister. Listen to him. Sako Edebiabu not Metro TV. Okay, come kwasiasem and economics and defending Bawumia. Hwende de Bawumia de na abua. Nenimu tintin sa afin.
Someone out of fear, knowing very that there is imminent defeat, has decided to disrupt the process. We know the person. I have raised issue this morning. You remember the confusion, the chaotic situation that visited the accreditation. The same person. So if someone tells me he doesn't know that person, I'm afraid. If you tell me you don't know this person, he's been arrested. the former constituency chairman for Yagaba Kubori. His name? Akamara Bawa. You tell me you don't know him? You don't know someone who has been on campaign platform campaigning for the MP? Such a person has abused the processes, disrupted these processes. I just hope the police will be able to take his course. The ballot, I'm told, is secured. It will be counted. They must count it. And I have absolute no doubt that when it's counted, the winner, the voices of the people, the people's favorite will be declared. This is my statement for them. But look, I have raised issue about this personality. I have had calls to go in and alert them that they should turn him out. He has no business in that particular process. Several complaints have been laid to them in respect of this particular gentleman. We have seen the end result of it. He's been sent to Bolga. Let's hope the police take his action. But you see, this election has been won. It was won on the 27th January 2024. The verdict was a stolen verdict from the court. I did not run away from the process. I participated. My fidelity to the process was utmost. Even though I did not run from the process, people thought that the will of the people would be subverted. It did not. Now,
when people were shot at Techiman South, this foolish guy, he was sitting on Metro TV defending it. He's even lucky they didn't kill him. You see, the chaos, the killings and the murdering they did in 2020, those boys who did it for them, today they are hyper. And I'm even surprised that they did not shoot him, because Bawumia will always protect his sister. And this guy, because that seat Bawumia wants to give to his sister. Now you see this guy, the name sa thing, and the true. The MPP, and no defended Bawumia, your body part will no defend it. Shedenim, Aquana no kuta funjina de China, as your body in powder, Aquati, we heard him. I want to call an answer member, Aquati, so a reporter was so dear. Aquati, we heard him.
Constituency chairman for Yagaba Kubori. His name? Akamara Bawa. You tell me you don't know him? You don't know someone who has been on campaign platform campaigning for the MP? Such a person has abused the processes, disrupted these processes. I just hope the police will be able to take his
wow. Umoma Tintin say Obienim. And as say Usimbebre, these people say Ahman Somonaya, a Somon sa, Omo language different. On say Bawumia didino, on so usu. On send the Bawumia Suma police for criminals, Omo Tata and Comfort, on so usu. The chairman he's talking about, say he's a former chairman. No? That same chairman was the same person brutalizing people 2020. Metro TV. It is no problem. You have not found anything. Nobody's guilty. And why lucky? They were supposed to kill you. They were supposed to shoot you. They will use you. They will write a book and put your name in there that you, Longface, was killed because of your foolish hypocrisy. We tell you people, because the thing is not favoring you, and it's a problem. When it favors you, it is the blessings of God. God, Christopher Morgana, so corruption in favor there. It is God's blessings. So I'm going to favor there. Yes, somehow may rade and kwasiasem we be no. But you see, the main thing is that where your Bawumia constituency, and as we speak tonight, Abana MPP for Angasa 2 the ballot box no police for na hwim de ko police for no mobile say be protect abana ento no police for tam ballot box de ko police for na Bawumia de obko say nko make sure say sister win no yeah to abana police for say scatter police for no enyo bi na wi box de ko police for atam sika mu say ye nkan bi mo chena ne abeto aso. And Kwasiafo and member Tananka say Ghanaians vote for the MPP in new way, in Jimmy Fui. People who don't care about anybody's life. These foolish people. This is Bawumia's constituency. Don't forget. Kwasiadewe kesi wobolia and kebenya ahimfubin Kwasiafo ka say, hey, na mahama obi oba president Teddy ufie na ntokwesi. Mo Kwasia na odi MPP edim no ni fie. The constituency na Kwasia sem wesi. Oba amambusa and say, na wo constituency untumi keep peace. How can you protect me? When the foolish Bawumia gets on the streets and starts to fool himself, Mumusan say, you cannot guarantee peace in your own home. How can you guarantee peace for Ghanaians all over the place? These are the things you need to be asking. Now, now, something happened today, I say, and the Ghana Bar Association for year almost nonsense be some yearly DND conference in Kwasasembi. And the most shocking part of the whole thing in NSA, Omo call Ghana Bar Association conference was DND today, They spoke about a lot of things. Now, when you talk about Ghana Bar Association, when the Ghana Bar Association is having an event, the hallmark of the whole event should be about justice and the people getting access to free and fair judicial system. That's all. So when we talk about Ghana Bar, lawyer for more Ghana, judge for any chief justice for hobby, lawyer penny for attorney general. So see, I can say Ghana Bar Association here. Their conversation should all be about the Ghanaian, how they are going to have what we call a judiciary that can basically make sure say verdict be a Ghana for no true, clean and clear verdict. It is all about justice for the people. Now today, the Ghana Bar Association had a big conference, and you know the funny thing, the Attorney General was there. He was defending the Electoral Commission. It's so interesting, right? Like the Attorney General went to the Ghana Bar Association, and what he was more interested in talking about was that the Electoral Commission is doing its work well. No, we are talking about an Attorney General who has been fixing matches between judges and accused. We are talking about an Attorney General who at the end of the day is meeting accused people behind the scenes. We are talking about an Attorney General who oversees Ghana prosecutions. But time okojina Ghana Bar Association event his interest was about the Electoral Commission that is every single day plotting and planning how to rig election 2024. The Attorney General, your job is to make sure we seek justice at the end of the day. The Electoral Commission's job, their main mandate, is to make sure they conduct a free, fair election. The Electoral Commission, they have their own lawyer. If the Electoral Commission is doing its work well, it is not the Attorney General who is supposed to come and tell us, say, Electoral Commission, no. The Electoral Commission can tell us if they are doing their work right. And we Ghanaians too, we can monitor the Electoral Commission whether what they are doing is right or not. The same as we can monitor you, the Attorney General, whether you are a criminal Attorney General, an Attorney General who fixes matches, an Attorney General who says fanties are stupid, an Attorney General who thinks everybody is a fool and that you can suppress the law to favor people in power. But for the Attorney General to take an interest in only the Electoral Commission, whether they are doing a good job or not, it should tell you something. The Attorney General's office does not care about justice in Ghana. The same way that the Chief Justice also went to the event. When the Chief Justice went to the event, what did he talk about? The Chief Justice too was worried about what? The elections that was coming. And the Chief Justice was like, I pray Ghana reaches a point where election is seen as normal without fear of violence. The question here is, what causes fear and what causes violence? When the system is followed, when the procedures are followed, when due diligence is followed, there will not be fear and there will not be violence. So the Chief Justice, even though she has failed to look at the fundamentals that at the end of the day will eradicate fear and eradicate violence. She's more worried about what will happen instead of looking at what is causing the mayhem or what is going to cause the mayhem. So the Chief Justice, instead of for him to concentrate on the judiciary, the justice system, she was more concerned about the elections. In fact, so Chief Justice now, she had already even predicted, say, the elections we are going to have ended up in court. That was what she was insinuating today. How can a Chief Justice today be talking about she knowing the elections will end up in court? Then it means the Chief Justice, the executive, the EC, they have connived already and the Attorney General's office that they know that this election will be pushed to the Supreme Court for the Chief Justice to do the same thing she did the last time. Now, the president comes. And what does the president say? 2024 elections, Akufo-Addo tells political parties to refrain from declaring results ahead of the EC. The president also comes. He calls himself a lawyer who does not have a certificate. He's not more concerned about the justice in the system. He's concerned about people not declaring elections before the EC that declared 17 different kinds of results in 2020. So you ask yourself, so these people who went to the Ghana Bar Association, what was their main reason? Because from where they are coming from, something should be their concern, and their concern should be about justice. None of these people who went to this event today, the Ghana Bar Association in the Ashanti region, nobody spoke about justice for the people at Techiman. Nobody spoke about we bringing the people who are causing the fear and they're in panic. Because as we speak today, election na yekom no de mani ehunu say nipa bi botuo 2020 till date we have not put those people to trial. We have not prosecuted those people. That is the fear. That is where the violence is going to erupt from. The Ghana judiciary in collaboration with the Ghana Bar Association, after meeting for 5, 7, 8 hours, speaking all the grammar, nobody spoke on Techiman South killing, election killings. They moved away from it. And their concentration is all about how they will have to declare the elections before anybody declares the elections. If you are saying that political parties are not supposed to declare elections, Mr. President, can't individuals declare elections? If you are banning political parties, did you ban CSOs? Did you ban individuals? Did you ban private institutions? No. But my worry is for a whole Ghana Bar Association to meet and did not seek justice, did not feel concerned about the people who were shot during the elections and been speaking grammar and giving the president some plague to foolishly think that his shrunk balls are still strong, then it means we don't have a judiciary. We don't have a bar association that is potent enough to, at the end of it, to be taken serious. I see the Ghana Bar Association, this current leadership, as a group of foolish political, they're insects who always lick the balls of foolish political, their leaders. Because if you go as bar association members, as leaders, as lawyers, your concern is about justice. The people, the citizenry, getting the needed justice before we enter in election 2024. Now, a whole Ghana Bar Association, you are not concerned about the carnage, the killings, the maiming and the murdering of innocent Ghanaians who were not armed. For you people to sit in the room, old men and women, fighting amongst yourselves. Everybody fighting in about 2-3 hours. You could not think about justice for people who were murdered. Then it means you are the most useless institution in Ghana. You don't represent the people. You don't represent justice. You people represent selfish political fools. I was watching and I took my time to listen. I thought they were going to raise an issue about 2020 killings and why people have not been brought to book. Ayawaso West Wagon. After a commission was put together, nobody was charged. I thought that at this point, at least, when did Ekufuado the toilet for 8 years or Babeko and Kamube bold kakra? Still, you went there to fool yourselves like animals. It means it's a 2020 elections, no. Yani Ghana for also protect you because they protect you the judiciary, the Attorney General's office, the Ghana Bar Association were thinking crabbo say you are reasonable enough, no. You people have all become political dogs. The people have to take matters into their own hands and protect their lives. That is the foolishness we are seeing. And you people today have shown that you are the highest form of their disgrace and dishonesty. When we are talking about dishonesty, the Ghana Bar Association has become the new foolish group in Ghana. What is your core mandate? You seek justice for the innocent. You seek justice for people who, at the end of the day, some people like Dame using the Attorney General's office to intimidate and kill people. The murderers are still working with us. Should we go into these elections with clear mind? No. We will be foolish to go into election 2024 with the mind that nothing will happen. We need to go into the elections armed because you, the Ghana Bar Association, are happy that people were murdered for 4 good years. You don't see anything wrong with it. You see, when you listen to them and you listen to the foolishness that was going on today, you ask yourself, are these the lawyers that we can rely on? Now listen, this is the president of the Ghana Bar Association. See the foolishness. See, a whole like sometimes listen to them. Listen to what happened there. Listen.
His Excellency, the GBA is suggesting to you that it is possible for you to personally break your oath, so that when you complete your constitutionally mandated term as President of the Republic and retire from high office, you'll still be attending bar conferences. For as long as the good Lord allows you. Mr. President, the GB assures you of its utmost gratitude for your unflinching commitment to our values, interests,
See. This is the Ghana Bar Association. Adani Jimmy. Adani political grounds. Adani foolishness. Just say there's no serious institution in Ghana again under these fools. We have even given up on these foolish, so-called foolish intellectuals in Ghana. This is how you have lowered the Ghana Bar Association. There are serious matters that the Ghana Bar Association is supposed to put out there for the politician to understand that we are not joking in this country. But you rather have become foolish idiots entertaining a foolish murderer. The president is a killer. He killed to sustain this presidency. That is what he's seen. That's how we see him. Akufo-Addo is a murderer. And you people calling yourselves knowledge of the law, you have foolishly become foolish associates of a murderer, sitting there and making a joke out of his foolishness. Akwani Jimmy. Na mona amugin se mo krampo yesi mo sua mra na mo betuma ye honest and tell him in his face no madan ye Jimmy for na mo platform na anka a serious platform. Once it was a serious platform, imbre bi ba ya yesi Ghana Bar Association is to say nyansafo na isia, and 90% of them have become foolish foot soldiers for a political party and a stupid president who will die soon. Akufo-Addo is old, and natural order, the old die before young. And this foolish thing has been going on. And the mission, Nama Ferry say, how did we get here? How did every institution get tainted like this? How did we become so stupid? Now, see. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo today made it clear and categorical. Akufo-Addo and the Obani Numkan or say, send your word to private schools if you can afford, or say, so what's the car for a private school or only free SHS no you're ready to be review. What? With Jimmy Mwe, yeah, catch and say on review, no, say on yeah. Now mo Ghana for now, mo kasa too much Jimmy for no. Masa, Oba was free SHS now see onye duan India, ko unico private school. You see the attitude of a tortoise. You see how a tortoise behaves. Atichidie we me catch them say, we Jimmy. Onimi nyansa. He just came to power because we are foolish. And the Akufo-Addo bejina Ghana for any catch there say, so about free SHS. Na so ye de we Ghana for mu ye de about free SHS no. Masa mo fa mu Jimmy nkoda baby. Mo pa mo nkoyi mo banko private school na na do danko Akufo-Addo. And the oni na ebie na no aka sa asem na kire mo. And the Oko Ghana Bar Association. He was bold. I didn't know bold because there's a group, a foolish group from the foolish masses Jimmy. I try be Jimmy the also the appointee be to come to am people no. Akufo-Addo who say Jimmy. We use him for 8 years. Atichidie we who say moa. On say aka 2 months, 3 months no out of power. Or say free SHS no. Mo amomba wona mo complain say duani ni ho enye papa no. Mo fa mo Jimmy nko no wana mo koyi mo ban free ho. And the Akufo-Addo Sa Jimmy Jiwe na nenum ne hwinimu hwinro we na opa achew we na op catch us or sremo try me we na ka say oh the battery is the Lord mu hwe nyame anim on achichiri we nkwasa asem ndo ka kyeremo we hu se mu Jimmy we hu se mu dodo no sa mu dodo no akamfo dodo no mu Jimmy into use mu do dem je power na isi anu age power na wie se sia na he is going to use the police to kill you more. Intende otumie bold Akufo-Addo we na okuta kenten ene nam kejetia se we de osremu yibima Akufo-Addo se onyame na ede na eba kwase ampanyi na ka kire mo se we de the battery is the Lord na na danko Akufo-Addo we ene na hwinemu hwindro wa ye bypass to or say mon try no ende o ka kire mo se wo ya Ghana ni na oba e free SHS na won tia se o complain afa o Jimmy koyi no na wa akotua fees or private Akufo-Addo achichidie no modern ba fie na modern beto eye money box mu mo soro no pa instead sembe mana haban awe no sa achichidie oboba na modern beto kenten mu ofie anopa nka achichidie de nko twitwa tomatoes kakra gu ni nchen watwitwa eye garden s na ono nkasa kakra wawe mo ba ya ram bebu com beef betu mu ena mubu meat pie kakra to nchen ena mo sa ye chokomilo ena mudi si nchen na mujama achichide no contain sɛ achichide no wadane dada bi wo hu sɛ mo agimi intende mo ba na mo de tomatoes ene garden eggs nya adoa ne ade gu contain mo so ndi achichide ne ka jem sɛ nkwasiafo mo nkonko fa tampi komere ne no nom achichide we na mo de be hye contain mu e ka je sɛ we de ne ho dwo achichide we de oya gove oya jibijibi kura we de ne ho dwo achichide we de obugana for ende bo nwara achichide no ka kire mo wasɛ mo mba future now imagine obi a ne bako free SHS and bewu papa ya ne bako wu wo eye de ebri girls nkofo ya ende ya wo mo mba sekan omo a omo mba ende mu nyaduane ndi wo school ekufo de gina Ghana ka kire mo sɛ wo awofo na wo gini di ye sɛ ne free SHS be solve problem nyina no ɔse we complain a ende sebio kofa wo ba no na fa kwase afa no ko private school because ono de obetima na ayama wo no na de danko ekufo ado brofo na waka kire mo no Samo pe. Say ye see ye Jimmy, yen suye nyansa. Yama politicians Jimmy fo no mo Jimmy ye ende Kufuor say. Mo amano de nendi amu kasa bebre no no ni review bia o. Do obetuma no waye no. So oba edi toilet kura mfa no ho, oni baby da mfa no ho. Mo mane bra munye din amonko fo monko private school. Achichidie we na kasa asem no kire mo. Enti onwa achichidie na mko fa no bae no. Sesi ayetia Os achichidie we ko nwurem ofri kenteni no ko nwurem wakofa ofuye di nechi ende achichidie na beka kire mo se o ono de odi ofuye aba intesi ano no enche obewu nti monfa ofuye no ento kenteni ende achichidie we akofa ofuye aba ba omia se ofuye we de ande nka mo sora no pa eno nse mo twam kontomire ama no ende master tea feed ofuye no master tea man corn beef master tea ma ofuye no de awawai Master team ofui no mosora na moyi de supeku na mobubu no ore na ada ofui no so begina na aso no be kire mu se wejimi ende achichire na kofa ofui na ba ose ofui ni mbeto aso etumufu amonte on de freku fo ado mu ba ahemfo okrom ha obi ayedin yenya atemdidie Ekufuor has insulted the intelligence of Ghanaians. This statement alone can you MPP ba power biem me say achichidie na mrebe to kantemu na nka ose mo man ahaban we nka ose mo man tomatoes raw man we no a mo start bubu corn beef man di ye no sa achichidie na ende o ka chem so mabodam obekọ nwure makofo ofui na ba on sende ose mo obeye ofui ni president na achichidie mpo na bohu so na ofui odi ofui ni ba na mo sa de mu jimi to abana ma ofui na ho na mo bohu de ebesi si atikrom ha mo mata achichidie na no yetia we will see obedi mu atema akopem so obewu na ono se de aka na mfa no ho ono se sia no ono se sia no he does not care Ken Ofori-Atta betina TV sumbre bi ka kire mu se omo mo ska no from the beginning mo start enkofo ka say Jimmy and Ekufuor Jimmy we ka kire mu se dey or say so about free SHS no nyaduane ndi na wo say sika too much na free SHS no wow to be so ba no enkoye ne we de nyina say onyaduane wadane slave or say yedin untumi nyedin afa okwase afa no ko private school achichidie we na ka sa ase we akire achichidie we infantifo be say achichire dem achichiri ana orika dem asem ya akire achichiri today achichire ye infantifo sa de kan dem achichiri sa tortoise we and the we dimu nyina matem he has nothing to lose and wakofo ofu ya bremo and ofu ni sori na osa ofu ya osa na ada na yemmeka no de bia ofu we sori na osa na okeka nkwasi asem na ada na yemmeka no onse ofu ni so akofa eye abo kokohwede edi nechi ofu ni so koe no so akofa kokohwede abedi nechi na po omo be jimi musa se mo jimi Ekufuor has nothing to lose. Who has something to lose? Us. Anka 2020 nanka ye review free SHS we and nanka share structure in ye and ye making sure say ejina ne nasuma ye see more schools man krenya baby ada anka chichiri kontumi nka demu mwasemo or kachiri ba ye jiminti no begin say oto aba manaye Kevin Taylor ya onye say oto aba manaye Mahama ya on and achichiri ne say for kwase akoyi ni ko private school free SHS no betu na waye no achichiri now, what was our story way? Nana de Danko Ekufuor Papa we friend Ajimendia or see the loud silence of President Akufo-Addo is it's a concern. Ajimambedu, Mr. Ajimambedu, Papa Penyimo Kaino. Or see Akufo-Addo, Galamsey in some Sibia why deem or honey dear a hard journey. Hey, and I'm starting to say Papa we can say we have to make sure the next government, we don't. I'll say we have to make sure, say, the next government, we don't give the president too much power to elect the new electoral commissioner. MPP for almost strategy, I don't know. So, see, they are going to blame the executive for everything. Into right now, what they are going to do is say, almost started setting pace up for they've started setting the pace up. They have started setting the grounds to go after John Mahama. Suddenly, oh, Mammy, I'm for 2 minutes, this is not the story I'm talking about. Mammy, I'm for 2 minutes, Emma, the president to elect an electoral commissioner. Massa, let me tell you these old people in Ghana. And let me tell all you these people in Ghana walking around and saying, the presidency will give the executive too much power. Let me tell you something. It is the will to fight as a leader. It is the will to do what is right. We can take all the power from the president and give to the legislature. We will still see what we are seeing. The last time we showed video na kwacho fusu na oti program biswa news file omo kase the Galamsey issue NDC and MPP they have failed. And I know fusu kachi almost say, why are you bringing the NDC into this? We have a government that has everything in its possession. It has the military, it has the police, it has every security agency at its disposal. We have the president who is the head of the Ghana Army. We have the vice president who heads the police council. The president and the government, if they have the will to fight Galamsey, it is not what the opposition will say. Send the NDC for mountain stage. What is the president today who has all the powers to change the destiny of this country? The vice president who is now the leader of the party. What are they doing for the past 8 years? Because whatever the opposition says today about Galamsey, it does not matter because they don't have the executive power. They don't possess all the security agencies. They cannot instruct the military. They cannot instruct the police. They cannot instruct the immigration or the forestry department. It is the president and the vice president, the executive that can do that. So the idea of you bringing NDC say, about power, now they were involved in illegal mining in Ghana for now, in the wrong way, it has got nothing to do with the president's responsibility. We should not take that power from the president, because at the end of the day, anything you're afraid of the president of the republic, anything you're the vice president of the republic. That is why he is called Your Excellency. He has the power nobody has. He has the power John Mahama does not have. His power, his party has the power the NDC does not have. So you cannot make an excuse for the president to say the NDC and the MPP have failed Ghanaians when it comes to Galamsey. The MPP government, led by Bawumia and Akufo-Addo, they have failed the fight against Galamsey. Because you cannot tell me I'm in charge of this car. And they have been in charge of this car for the past 8 years. So why are you trying to make it look like, say, the Galamsey fight, the whole, it is not NDC, it is the NPP. It is the will. Does the president and his vice, do they have the will to fight Galamsey? That is the question. We can take all the executive power from the president and give to the legislature, parliament, and also give it to the judiciary. The question is, whoever gets that power is the person willing to use that power to benefit the people. It is the will. So you saying, Professor Diandiaka say, Ajimaika say, we should not allow the president to elect an electoral commissioner. The question here is, the person who will elect the electoral commissioner, does he have the will to do the right thing? It is not about the president. Whoever you put there is that person. Does the person have the will to do the right thing? When the man who was there, they had the will. Does Jane Mensah have the will to declare the elections, to make sure he conducts the election free and fair? It is not about taking it, because when the president has that power and he elects even his sister, and the sister has the will to do the right thing, the president cannot influence the decision of the sister. It is the willingness to fight. Afarijan, thank you very much. It is the willingness to do the right thing. When John Mahama was president, was the will there to fight Galamsey? Yes. How many Chinese did he deport? Over 5,000. Did he jail somebody? Yes. Was John Mahama trying to protect the water bodies? Yes. It is the will. Does the president have the will? So don't tell me, say my president could EC bossa. It is Jane Mensah. Does she have the will to do the right thing? We need to look at these things, because whether you like it or not, the president needs to yield some power. He needs to have some power to make him the president. You cannot take everything away from the president and say the president just sitting there as a ceremonial president. He needs some power to make him the first gentleman of the land. So there are some things we cannot sit and say, let's strip all the powers from the president, all because we think when the president makes decisions, that decision is not going to be clear. It is the people we are putting there. Because whether we like it or not, we will need to get somebody to fill a hole, to fill a position. Are the people willing? Are the people ready? Do they have the will to fight, to do the right thing? If you get somebody who does not have the will, because Akufo-Addo has never had the will to fight Galamsey. He put his presidency on the line. Was the will there? No. That is what we are talking about here. So it is not about you people trying to, Professor Ajimamo and all those older guys. Let's take this from the president. Let's take this. Fine, I understand. The president has too much power. But we cannot always blame the presidency and say, because we have given an executive power to the president, we too cannot do the right thing. People who have been given, even civil servants who have been given jobs to do, at the end of the day, somebody has to do some job. Is the will there? Are we ready to let people understand that when they give them this job, there are consequences when they don't do the right thing? That is what we need to do. But this is the situation where people have done wrong in this country. People have led the military to shoot Ghanaians. People have led people to go to Ayawaso West Wago to kill people. A commission was set up. The white people has been thrown away. Is the will there? The will is not there. So you get rid of this president. You get somebody who is willing to fight Galamsey. Let me tell you, corruption, it does not matter who is in power. If the person does not have the will to fight corruption, you cannot do anything. You bet him the years to Christo abedi Ghana so only the will. So will need what to fight corruption. And yes, Christo will not do it. That is the issue. So we live in a country where, in the history of this republic, you have an electoral commissioner who has guards, military guards. What has she done wrong? What has she done wrong? Afarijan, Charlotte say, when did you ever see military men following Afarijan or Charlotte say? What has Jane Mensah done wrong? The conscience. Every single thing that she's done in that office has been wrong. She has always done the wrong thing. She doesn't have that will to conduct a free and fair election. That is the thing we need to tackle. Let's stop playing around. The willingness. The willingness to fight corruption, the willingness to do the right thing. Today, soldiers have become errand boys following Jane Mensah Kwasi Abawi. Soldiers who are supposed to be taking care of this nation and protecting us. For 8 years, Kwasi Abawi and your soldier for about 7, Edinichi. Who is paying these soldiers? Us. So why are you blaming and saying the next president should not elect the EC boss? The next president should. We need to get somebody who is willing. The same way Afarijan Dems were appointed, Charlotte Dems were appointed, and the will was there for them to make sure our elections was free and fair and transparent. In Kwasiaba, where you use police force cadet boys, and we sit in Ghana, we don't speak about it. What is making her feel her life is threatened in Ghana? How many military follow the president? For this dirty woman, way to get military at home, at office. It is because the president, the government, the whole MPP, the willingness to have a clear, clean elections. It is not there. The willingness to make sure the right thing is done is not there. That is what we're talking about. It is not about giving power to this person or giving power to that person. The willingness is there. The NPP, from Bawumia to Akufo-Addo, they don't have any will. Their willingness is not there to fight and make sure Ghana is a better place. That is the thing. Let's stop moving responsibilities. Let's stop shifting responsibilities. Let's stop making it look like it is one person who is causing the problem. It is the system. The issue is, are people willing to do the right thing? Are the leaders willing to do the right thing? Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, election 2020 ending, any reasonable president, if he's willing to make sure we Ghanaians, we settle down not to have an issue going into election 2024, Jane Mensah. Yeah. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo should have fired Jane Mensah, but the will is not there. He is not ready. It is not about Jane Mensah, because Jane Mensah or nimse or will not be at the papa na and can't do Akufo-Addo kraho. So let's talk about the willingness to do the right thing. You, these old people, you need to start thinking. When I'm say Ghana, no, you always create room for politicians to destroy the system. We need to blame the right people. Fighting corruption is not about slogans. Fighting corruption is not about grammar. It's about the will. Do you have the will to fight corruption? Do you have the will to jail your own? John Mahama was able to jail his own because the willingness was there. He was ready to make sure if you commit that crime, the law has to deal with you. That is the willingness. Forget about the executive choosing the EC boss. When it comes to America, the president appoints a lot of people, but the will is there to diligently do their job. When they don't do it right, they are fired. That is how it works. So the president is not willing, and the people that he has put in positions to do the job are also not willing. We have two people who are not willing to do the right thing. So why should we be blaming another president who is coming into office to do the right thing and say because he could afford with Jimmy, president to be a Jimmy? This is what I was talking about. Let's stop this foolishness in Ghana and start speaking the honest truth. Let's not put other people in some positions that will affect everybody.
The optics always raises debate in the United States. Whenever a president is appointing someone known to be A or B, that in itself will raise the debate. And that's what we are experiencing here. So I think presidents or appointing authorities should be very mindful of the optics of the actions or decisions that they make. And this is a clear case. I don't know this Dr. Piaget, but if what you showed us on the screen not long ago, that he was even a candidate for ministerial appointment, and I hope that is also true, kind of a thing you showed, then of course it will make people wonder why a president will deliberately choose someone who is known to be closely associated with a party. So I think the optics very bad, but at the same time, I will go to the creation of the electoral system that places the appointive authority in the president. In fact, just a day or so ago, the former president, Mahama, had made an interesting point about why not amend that section and compel the president to submit nominees to parliament for approval. Even then, would that work? Just as what we saw yesterday in parliament, will that even cure the problem? No. But you see, there are other models of constituting elections around the world. We can look at various models and make a determined decision. One thing interesting about democracy that all of us tend to miss is that democratic practice is not a straitjacket. The fact that is done in country A doesn't mean it should be done in country B. But we are always adopting systems that do not fit us. So I'm saying that there are various models we can look at. In Bangladesh, for instance, they don't have a standing commission. They have a secretariat, but whenever a year or so to elections, they bring some people together to supervise the whole thing. After that,
you see what they are doing? For 8 years, they did not come up with these ideas. For 8 years, they never came up with these ideas. For 8 years, they've sat with Jane Mensah, 2020. They have sat with this EC. Now, the EC, it has done Akufo-Addo's job. Through its job, 8 people lost their lives. They never had an issue. It's left with 3 months to elections. Now they have a problem of the way the whole electoral system is conducted, and that we should go to Bangladesh, we should go to Vietnam, we should go to some other countries. Some things that we are not doing, if we are doing it is not right, we should not always do what. So suddenly they have become wise men. They are setting trap for John Mahama. And every time they make their comment, suddenly John Mahama's statement is interesting. But the president who has the power to make sure the right thing is done, his issue wasn't an issue. We left the president to fool for 8 years. Suddenly, John Mahama speaks on something. John Mahama's position is interesting. These are the people we talk about. They always wait. When the NDC is about to come to power, they become intelligent. For 8 years, they have become fools. For 8 years, they didn't have the intelligence to tell we and the president that this Jane Mensah lady, the way we are conducting our elections and the formulas are not right, and that the kind of democratic system we are practicing isn't the best. It's not a straight jacket, and that we need a folded jacket. Suddenly, 90 days to elections, they are all over the place. The executive should not do this. The executive should not do that because John Mahama is coming, because NDC is coming. The moment NDC is close to power, and I'm for intellectualism, eba. And the reason why I don't respect these people is that they are the ones causing the problem. Because they wait, they have sight, they are the tribal bigots. They become intelligent when the NDC is coming to power or the NDC is in power. Suddenly, they have found their voice. The EC, we are not supposed to allow the president. For 8 years, you people could not find any way to let this president know this is wrong. Today, we posted something on our page, Mr. P, Mr. S, about the coup d'etats in Ghana. And some people were confused and shocked. Where is the list, Mr. S, Mr. P? About the number of coups that issue Ghana from 1966 to 1979 or 82. Now, enyekra about 3 coups issue Ghana. 3. Anamewa. Mr. P, Mr. S. Now about 3 coups issue Ghana from 1966 all the way to time Kwame Nkrumah free, so all the way to 1979 or 82. And sana JJ Rawlings Ebano. Now coups be 3 issue Ghana. But you see, when Edu Boahen, MPP, one of their founding fathers, started writing social studies books, started writing culture studies and all those books, all that they did was that every time it came to a coups in Ghana, it was always JJ Rawlings' time from the start here. Yani, time we started reading social studies book, we didn't even know about the coups that had happened before JJ Rawlings. And clearly and carefully, these Akan people who wrote the social studies books, our Ghana, Edema, people like us, our era to read, they deliberately decided to make it look like, say, JJ Rawlings school no and see Ghana da. Until every time they talk, all that they do is that they will go back, even at the GBA today the GBA boss. When he was speaking and he was talking about electoral violence and all that, he was always referring to JJ Rawlings because you see, that is what they do. They create the impression, say, JJ Rawlings and Unenina Onya Ghana Nino and the Beye coup. But before JJ Rawlings, Lieutenant General Joseph Arthur Ankra, Oyeku, Yenya Brigadier Akwesi Frifa Asantini, Oyeku, Arthur Oyenkrani, Yenya Ignatius Kutu Echampon, Oyakani, Oyeku, Yenya General Fred Ekufu Ekuapem, Oye Akani, and JJ Rawlings by. But when we are talking about Ghana, they call back to Eyekua. Hey, JJ Rawlings. But there were about 4 coups and some JJ Rawlings Yeku. And those coups were more daring than JJ Rawlings. So why do you think I can forward your opportunity? Everything, and a PNDC. But from 1966, yenya coup be 4 kotokamu nyina wo mu ye coup nipa. But we don't discuss it. So I'm on radio. So these so-called tribal intellectuals, when they sit on radio and TV, we don't want to go back to the 1979 era. The eras before 1979 were more crazier than JJ Rawlings 1979. But you see, they create this impression. They put it in your head because they want you not to like JJ Rawlings and like the NDC. So they start the PNDC era. From 1966, there were about 3-4 coups before JJ Rawlings came in 79. But I come for Titriwa Santifo, into Dubuahemocho social studies book, they emphasized more on the 79 coup because the idea was to bring down JJ Rawlings and his NDC. In the social Ghana history, majority of you people, anytime you hear about coup in Ghana, it starts from 79. But before JJ Rawlings came in 79, there were about 4 coups, a coup nipa in Ghana. So why don't we go back there and make sure these coups are talked about the way they talk about JJ Rawlings' coup? Because if anything, JJ Rawlings' coup from 79 and the 82, 83, it is the one that changed the destiny of this country to bring us here today. All the coups that happened before JJ Rawlings' coup, but the JJ Rawlings coup was the coup that brought us to our independence, and I'm talking about a democratic state as a democratically independent state. If anything, we should be able to applaud Rawlings for making that decision or taking that step. Because in Conforno taking decision before Rawlings, all their coups was self-centered. They all wanted to gain from us. Their ancestors and their grandfathers were behind it. They had a motive. It was all tribal backed. You are Santifom Yeku Ghana Namibwa, but Debia Auneni JJ Rawlings, Debia 1979, Debia PNDC. Why do we stop there? Because Edubwa Hemotro Ghana history. No? They ended it there for people like themselves. Omo tribal no will be able to propagate this agenda. Senya Beya, the JJ Rawlings who basically changed the destiny of this country to become a democratically sovereign state. No, they decided to destroy that history. Intende Obaneka Ghana ku asama, it always starts from 1979. But Kotoka oho, a free fa oho, all these people had coups in Ghana. All these people. And we sit in Ghana, and the only time we mention, anytime we mention coup, it is all straight to JJ Rawlings, because that was the agenda. That was the idea. Let the people believe only this. You see, they modified our history to suit them. This is what I am showing you. From 1966 to 1981, these are all the coups. Out of the 5 coups, leaders we had, 3 were Akans, 2, especially Asantis, and only 1 Ekuapem. Kua esi wo Ghana. Na yewo eyedien enuma esi before JJ Rawlings no. Na emu miensa ya akamfo. Eteseme. Sa akamfo no na yewo Asantini wom. What is abo efifa din wokumu? They don't, unless you try to go back a little bit more. But almost history na ende 1979, JJ Rawlings, JJ Beyeku. But 1966, I will do 1981. Ku Beye in Sia 5, and I enum NC Ghana. But the Dubu Ahemo, the strategy was that Montreal history no, na mon destroy Rawlings or ya Unini or ya Togoni or ya Ghana ni, mon fan send the party in Nasifo, intend of Ghana Nibia, na Ghana history. Also JJ Rawlings the Beyeku. But the coups that came before Rawlings, I'm gonna destroy Ghana. They always want Rawlings to look bad. But genuinely, country the last coup is the only coup they recognize. Una de kunta kayepe obi abona basu o Ghana and cause Rawlings the hero after Kwame Nkrumah. Because Anka Rawlings 1979 wa nye coup anke ni maybe we could have fallen to the foot of other countries. Say Anka Rawlings and step in 1979, we wouldn't know where we are. Inti Ghana savior Anka JJ Rawlings. And those people who came before Rawlings are omuku to manfayamba democracy no, they are the murderers. They are the people we need to look and say, more and deceive Ghana. You people had the coup, but it wasn't in the interest of the people. Because at the end of the day, say, oh, you coup, what is the reason? You are doing coup, say, oh, give to me, the people. For the people to be able to do what? Man their own country. So taking power and giving to the citizen. Sa coup before JJ Rawlings, they never handed power to the people. So, yet Ghana is here, and one and I Ghana good. It is Rawlings. Or no one only a lieutenant and as a soldier near or Yekua or the ma Ghana for someone. It is the only person. Into Omo Mobile Yinano, the coup was all about themselves. Because coup, I was say changing the destiny of a nation. So you coup. Now went to my hand the country over to the citizenry. Why in your coup? It is for a selfish interest. You wanted power. And in 1979, Rawlings here coup or handing over Edmar Liman. Who said Liman or my UP form Kwasiafoe, they want to use him again through LNM. And at the end, or Saba AJ power. And I said, this time I am going to hand it over to the people. That is democracy. Into your Ghana and Kobi as celebrating or Ghana, you come and call Rawlings, Nanke celebrating Rawlings. Because Ankenya Rawlings and Keniha, and your Rawlings and Kahindi and Kofodi in Ghana, Komundi. Come young kwa unkofo krusu enye JJ Rawlings anka tribe am gonna page obeti omosi ahihye no anka omutumi page ometi, because without a country there will not be any foolish tribe. And you people should get this shit in your head. And I'm not gonna name and you people deliberately sit and destroy people. This is Ghana's history. This is it there. It's mumienja jimino and a tigana and kwasiade and a tribe. Kunkwa enum ne ba ansa na JJ Rawlings be sin there and sorry JJ nkwa asem ne yeka. E dey ankwasi asem no. Without JJ Rawlings ko bi anya hene wo Ghana. Because ahene na mudi no na mbra bi ambo ekire. Na ohene na mudi ni Ghana no. From the north to the south to the east to the west. Na obi ani krata etare ne hinechi. There was no documentation backing any chieftaincy in Ghana. It was through the 1992 constitution. Edebema ahene ebe legitimate to Ghana. Every single ahene na mudi ni Ghana na galamsey. You people should recognize when you see real and stop the hypocrisy and the foolishness. So be on Hino Chrome and also a paramount chief or a DND chief. It was through the 1992 constitution that recognized chiefs. Without the effort from J.J. Rawlings moving Ghana from that state to a democratic state, we sit in this country and you people don't want to tell the truth. And I think Ghana and Kwasi to be say Ghana without J.J. Rawlings and Kobi anya hinu okroma. And Kabedi hin Kabedi say galamseni, Ubedi hin say akwa, because nobody was going to recognize you. Nobody was going to say you. The Constitution recognized you. Ghana, when the Constitution recognized you, enema udibria no eye dibie. I am umbre mu ho ase. Na mu mfa the right and emphasize the right people. Kwasi asem no doso. Yapon, I'll be back tomorrow. There are a lot of things here I have to talk about. The NDC demonstration coming up in September 17th or so. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Be good. God bless you. God bless me. Ochina, yebe jirim, nye jujum, amagana fu hunu kreno. Cheers.
My